Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning and welcome to the December 11th meeting of the Design Review Board. I apologize for the delay in the start time. We had some post-Basel technical difficulties. Today we do have a full agenda and we will be meeting until 3:30. I'd like to turn it over to Michael Belush to start the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Sarah. Just for everybody's information, we do have 6 of 7 members present today. Mr. Orlando Comas will not be present. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ferocia, who can let members of the public know how they may participate in today's proceedings.
Good morning, everyone. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present at the Miami Beach Convention Center, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform webinar. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499, which is toll-free, and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which is again 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Now, before I swear in those who are testifying, I'm going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you must register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. That includes architects, attorneys, or employees representing an applicant or an objector. You do not have to register as a lobbyist in 3 circumstances. 1, if you are speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party. 2, if you are testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting. 3, if you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support or opposition to any item. That said, expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. Those rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Now I'd like to swear in those who are present. Now, if you are physically present, please stand and raise your right hand. Virtual speakers will need to be sworn in one by one at the time of their presentation. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. You may proceed. Thank you.
With that, we can start with the after action from November 13th. I did pass around the minutes from the November meeting, if the board can take a look at that, and if I can get a motion to approve the November 13 minutes.
I move to approve the November 13th minutes.
Can I get a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or comments?
I am abstaining in that I was not in
You
attendance.
you have to vote. You can still, as long as you don't have knowledge of otherwise, you have to vote if you're present.
Me too.
Okay, I guess I'll approve them then.
Me too.
Thank you. So that motion passes 6-0. With that, we do have a couple requests for continuances. Then after that, I'll ask if anybody else has any requests for continuance. The first is DRB 23-0956 for 1901 Alton Road, the Whole Foods. We had advertised this application for the December agenda. However, this does require planning board to look at it first, and the planning board application was not accepted for advertisement. So with that, I'll ask Emily, when would you like the continuance till? When can you go to planning board?
Good morning, Emily Balter, Burkhardt, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes, Office of 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. As Michael mentioned, this application was not noticed to proceed for the planning board, the concurrent planning board application. We need to pass transportation review first. We're working to pass transportation review now, so we'd like to go to planning board in January and come before you all in February. So if we could please have a continuance until the February meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on the request for continuance only? With that, if I can get a motion to continue the application.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Just the amendment to the February 6th meeting, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. That item is continued to February 6th. The next application is DRB 23-0943 for 300 West 40th Street. I don't believe the applicant is here. They did give me a request for a continuance. They are still working, although they did submit a revised application, they do want to modify their landscape plans compared to what was submitted. So they are asking that the application be continued to the February meeting. Is there any public comment on the application for DRB 23-0943 for 300 West 40th Street in terms of the request for continuance? I see
Move
no
to
one-
continue.
And I see no one present and nobody with their hands raised online. Ms. Botticavoli made a motion to continue till February. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hagopian. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 6-0. With that, I'll ask, just for the record, does anybody else want to request a continuance of their application for today's meeting? I see nobody present with that request and nobody with their hand raised online. With that, we'll turn over to the start of the agenda, starting with our previously continued applications, and I'll let Giselle read the first one into the record.
The first item in the agenda is DRB 23-0953, 1960 Normandy Drive. An application has been filed requesting design and review approval for the construction of 5 paddle courts, including variances from the setback requirements for play services, lighting, and fencing on a site containing 3 existing buildings to be retained. This has been continued from November 13, 2023.
Thank you. As Giselle mentioned, due to the lack of a quorum for variances at last month's meeting, the board did discuss this and take a look at the application, including the variances, but because we only had 4 members present, they could not vote or take action to vote on the application, except for to continue until today's meeting. 2 of the members present today were not present at last month's meeting, so we will do a presentation again, and I'll just give a brief overview of the variances. Although the property is located in a commercial district and the building setbacks are reduced, due to the technical requirements of these types of court games, which do require a setback of 20 feet in the front, they are asking for variances from the setback requirements for the court play service and for the fence in order to place the court and the fence with a setback of 4 feet from the front property line, where 20 feet would normally required. This is a commercial district. A building could actually be constructed at a 0-foot setback from the front property line. They're also asking for a variance from the rear setback requirements to construct the play surface of the court at a setback of 1 foot from the property line, where 7'6" is otherwise required. This also abuts an alley to the rear and a commercial district and commercial buildings to the other side of that. And then the last variance is for the height of the light poles. Light poles within the yards cannot exceed a height of 10 feet, and they're proposing to go up to 20 feet. We are supportive of the variances due to the commercial nature of the project, or the zoning district. We did note some concerns regarding the lighting, and are recommending that the courts, the lighting for the courts end at 9 o'clock nightly, and that all activities end by 9:30. We're also recommending that if the board does approve the application, that 90 days after they start operation, that the applicant come back to the board and address any sort of complaints or issues as part of that progress report. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Good morning. My name is Ana Alzate. I'm the project manager, and here is Sebastián Romero, the owner of the project.
Good morning, board. Thanks for the opportunity to present this project.
My name is Sebastian Romero. I'm a resident in Miami Beach. I live in the same zip code where this project is being proposed. We are here to present a project regarding a new sport in America, because the sport is already developed worldwide and is the fastest growing sport in America. As I'm a resident and I live close to the property, as an entrepreneur, I decided to find a place. I think that this property is the right fit because it's in a commercial district. It has many shops nearby that are 24 hours. And, well, I have the presentation here to show you. First, I want to explain a little bit what is paddle, because it's a new sport. Paddle is a variance between pickleball and tennis. This is played inside a court that is surrounded by walls that retain the noise, and also the lighting is focused on the court. There is no lighting outside. Again, as I live near the property, I went a few nights there to see what it's by night, how it shows, and I noticed that the lighting that they have in the property, existing lighting, is much higher than the one that I'm proposing here. So that's something that we have to take into account that we didn't talk in our previous meeting, but I'm bringing this today. It's can be played by people from any age. So this is good for the community because people from 5 years to elderly, elders can play the sport. It's easy to play, and everybody engage in the sport easily. After a few classes, you can start playing it. Why we decided to propose this in Miami Beach, besides that I'm a resident and I have to commute like an hour to the nearest court that I have, is because in Miami Beach there are no facilities for paddle. Key Biscayne have just released the second club last week. The other areas that have paddle courts are, again, like an hour to commute for me. So I decided something was needed, that the community needed it, and I started working on it this year. In South Florida, there are only 34 courts. There is a national league. Having only 34 courts in South Florida is something that needs to be improved when there is a pro league around America. So San Francisco to New York, everybody is playing the sport. There is a national league, so I decided to bring it to Miami Beach too. This is the proposed location. As you can see, there is a Walgreens across the street that is 24 hours. The mobile gas station is also 24 hours, and the food market. Yesterday and the whole last week, I also checked on the Normandy Isles Park and Pool. It's closing over 9 p.m. and the lighting poles there are over 40. I didn't measure it, but they are over 40 or more feet. So the neighborhood already has a similar sport facility close by with open till night, and this will be a private entrepreneur project that I think that as Michael said, he's proposing till 9:30 p.m. Maybe we can go a little bit more than 9:30 p.m. This is the project. Here you can see the court. It's distributed on the floor plan. It's 5 courts. It's important for the board that there will be no alteration at all. The facade will not be modified. Trees will not be removed or modified. The buildings will remain the same. No buildings will be demolished. No entrance will be modified. There will be no disturbance on noise or light. Again, the neighborhood has a complex 300 feet from where we are. And again, this this lot is almost abandoned right now. I have pictures that I can show if needed. It was an industrial property. I think that it will enhance the area. Right now, you go at night, there are lights coming out that doesn't mean a thing. Nobody is taking advantage of that, and I think that it could enhance the area a lot. I have the render here where we modify the color of the lighting poles as requested on the previous meeting. All the poles are black now. This is the entrance. Another view from the entrance. As I said, there will be much benefit for Miami Beach residents, saving time on commuting. There could be some kind of membership for residents in different hours that the club is not too busy. We can propose hours that we can give to kids, school, city, whoever we are willing to do that. Again, it's a new sport, so it will engage parents and children. Sports build healthy habits. It's good for everybody to practice new sports, and when they are easy to play, and after a few classes you can be competitive, it's really good. This is what I was just telling. After a few classes you can play. People from all ages can play. The youngest enjoy it, learning a new sport, and the oldest to keep in play, to keep playing a sport, healthy habits. That's what everybody's looking right now. As a worldwide trend in evolution of the sport, new courts are being built everywhere. It's a new sport that engages everybody, and the growth in the world is amazing. As a conclusion, the sport is growing a lot. It engages you socially. It provides you healthy habits, satisfies you. We will satisfy neighbor needs. Last meeting I was here, I noticed that there was a project for the North Miami Beach, a nice building that is being proposed. I don't remember if it was approved or not, but in the meeting they have been said that a lot of things have been done in North Miami Beach to enhance the area. I think that proposing a sport over a paved yard that is almost abandoned, it's a good idea. Last I can say that this new sport also is being proposed for Olympics, so we don't know where it will go in a few years. Being the first paddle club in Miami Beach will be something interesting for us. It will be something that we propose to us, so hopefully we can be approved on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
I'd like to open up for public comment. Is anyone present or anyone online?
There's no one online with their hand raised?
Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion of the presentation and open it up to the board for comment. I know that many of us had seen your presentation last week. I don't know if the two board members that weren't present have any comments or questions or anything.
I was just curious of how much does this cost to play?
The cost to play is $20, $25 per person per renting the slot. That is hour and a half.
And then, Michael, I had a question. For the variances, if they're approved, is it for the next project that's built?
No, this
or
is
it
only
say
just for this
specific?
project or for these courts.
Okay.
It's not for like a building or anything else. This is only for this project or for these courts.
Okay. I will say too that, in terms of the time, I was looking at the other parks and tennis centers, and the city-run ones close at 8. So I do think, I am supportive of this proposal and this project. I think it's going to be an exciting addition. And I agree with the staff suggestions that we do need to curb the operating hours too. I would support 9 o'clock with what, a 9:30 closing? Is that what?
Correct, that's what we're recommending.
Okay. Does anybody else have any other comments? Does anybody want to make a motion?
Okay, I move to approve the variances 1 through 4 for application DRB 23-0953.
These are variances. I think, Sam, you're looking at, the package was printed out of order. This application is starting on page 49 of the board packages. It's not the first one in your packet. You're probably confusing it with 1915 Normandy and not 1960.
Page 49. Sorry.
Second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Congratulations, that passes 6-0.
Thank you, board.
So please let us know once you start operation, then we'll schedule a progress report before the board within 90 days, and the board can modify the hours at that time if they decide to.
Thank you so much, Michael.
We'll now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is DRB 230952, 4230 North Bay Road, Lot 1.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0952, 4230 North Bay Road, Lot 1. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story home with an understory, including one or more waivers and variances from the required front yard, side yard, and some of the side yard setback requirements, and a variance from the maximum lot coverage. This site is part of a lot split application approved by the Planning Board on July 25th, 2023, Planning Board 23-0595, continuing from November 13, 2023.
And as Giselle mentioned, this was continued from last month due to the lack of a quorum for variances. When this property was originally platted years ago, this was a waterfront site. And then the interchange was put in place in 195, and this became sort of an island in itself with awkward shaped property lines and lots. Now, a technicality in the code is when you do a lot split and the lots do not follow the platted lot lines, the default maximum unit size and lot coverage goes down to 25% lot coverage and 40% unit size. This lot is being split into three lots from one, and because they're not along the platted lot lines, they technically cannot exceed 40% unit size, which is why they're asking for a variance from that, as well as variances from the front setback to go from 40 feet for a second-story structure to 30 feet. And that's largely due to the way the shape of the property is. As you'll see in the applicant's proposal, it's a very wide front and then very, very, very narrow at the rear. So it really is prohibitive to really construct anything towards the rear, and it does force the construction towards the front. They're also asking for a variance for some of the side yards to reduce it from a little over 22 feet down to 20 feet. Lastly, they are keeping the original home on the site and developing the lots to either side of that. This is the first one that's coming to the DRB. The other one will also come to the DRB. We're very supportive of the design, and including the variances and recommending approval. That'll turn it over to the applicant in their presentation.
Well, actually, before we, I'm sorry, before we proceed, I would like to ask whether the board has received any ex parte communications in regarding this application? No? All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, Emily Balter, Brooke Cordell Fernandez, Larkin and Tapanes, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here this morning on behalf of Ernesto and Ashley Arguello. If we could pull up our presentation, please. With me is the project architect, Ronaldo Borges. We also have our landscape architect, Jorge Varela on Zoom, and my colleague, Michael Larkin. The subject site is an isolated lot between the I-195 ramp and Alton Road. As Michael explained, this property is the result of, it was a lot split application, but I think for purposes of our conversation, calling it a re-subdivision might make more sense, and I'll explain why. And it was approved by the Planning Board on July 25th, 2023. I want to briefly share the history of this site because it does give a background as to why we're seeking the variances today. The property was originally 3 platted waterfront lots prior to the recent Planning Board approval, which occurred in July. In 1925, here you can see on this aerial, you can kind of see what was the Nautilus Hotel, and you can see some of those waterfront properties in the distance. By the 1950s, Mount Sinai was constructed. Much of this land was filled in, and the only remaining single-family home you can see off in front of Mount Sinai was what is there today, 42030 North Bay Road, which is that isolated lot, and you can start to see the expressway ramps taking form. By 1963, the land was filled in and leaving this property isolated. The current lot re-subdivision, prior to its subdivision, here you can see what the survey looked like. It was over 27,000 square feet. After the re-subdivision lot split, we were left with all lot sizes that exceed the minimum lot size requirement in the RS4 district, and lot widths that more so in the front exceed the minimum lot width. And you can see platted lots 1 and 3 are these extreme triangular shapes. And then now we're before you today with lot 1. There are significant hardships to place a viable, resilient single-family home within this portion of the triangular lot, and the proposed new home complies with the general intent of the code, but it does require certain waivers and variances. So the requests before you today are first, design review for the understory, also a waiver of the 2-story side elevation open space requirements, and then certain variances that we'll walk you through. But the first one is to exceed by 10% the minimum required of 40% for unit size. When a lot is subdivided by the planning board, you're essentially penalized from what would be a 50% requirement to 40%. And we're requesting to be able to avail ourselves of the 50% unit size, as well as to reduce the minimum front setback of the second story from what would be 20 feet to 30 feet. And that's because much of the massing has to be pushed towards the front of the home because of the rear narrowness. And then as well to reduce by 2 feet the sum of the side setbacks. The individual setbacks comply. What we're asking for a slight variance on is the sum. And I will now pass it to Reynaldo to walk you through the context and the new design. You wanna click?
Good morning, Board. Reynaldo Borges with offices at 237 South Dixie Highway, representing Borges and Associates. So, indeed, this is a creative approach to a resilient project in this property, and I have to thank our client for being courageous enough to endeavor in this. It's been interesting, to kind of carve into this geometry. You'll see the context. I mean, we're on the on-ramp to the DOT expressway, and these are the homes across the street. In the area, a lot of trees. I mean, it's got a nice feel. We're keeping all these major trees on site and on the public side of the property. You'll see the view of the site from the on-ramp. So you see it's very dense. So this house will be sort of behind that layer of planting that mostly exists on the DOT right-of-way side. And we're just going to continue to create that buffer in our landscape site plan. As you can see, the geometry is kind of interesting and exciting for us. The existing house remains the same. In the replat, we were able to kind of recalibrate the parcel geometry a little bit to kind of make the sites a bit more workable. As Michael noted, and we thank Michael and his team for all the support to kind of get this puzzle put together. The site on the north end will come back for another design, hopefully in the future. So today we're looking at this one parcel on the south end, right next to the I-95 ramp. So you see the site really shapes the architecture, and we wanted to bring some softness, to this home. a lot of different lines here. This tells the story of the complexity of the site and how we sort of ventured into the design. As you can see, the pool is the only thing that we could really build in that triangulated part of the site. It's an understory scheme, so it's all raised, and we park under the house. And thank the City of Miami Beach for allowing these strategies, because it's fantastic. You can see here the first living level with outdoor terraces. So, in the first living level, it's mostly an open plan that overlooks whatever you could see of the city, through the trees into the view of the bay. And then some bedrooms on the front, lots of terraces to kind of allow the outdoor environment to be enjoyed. And then on the second level, above that, which is the third level in this understory scheme, you mostly have a master bedroom suite looking west, and another bedroom on the front, and then sort of a private family living room in between those. So it is a small house, it's small, intimate, and our client looks forward to living this house with his young family. Very excited about the architecture and collaborated with us intensely on this. A rooftop terrace to kind of have a moment to enjoy the sunset up there. It's small but precious, so there's a stair that takes you up there. And you see the architecture, again, softness was guiding us, and sort of then this sort of modern tropical feel, layering some screens for privacy. You can see that, the intention here is that the house is really buffered on the on-ramp side with all the existing landscaping and some additional ones that we're bringing on. A short fence to kind of secure the site, and the typical understory strategy here. You can see from the south side, all the softness comes together here. You kind of see even the glazing. We hope we could afford to curve the glass, and this is a look that we find exciting, and hope you feel the same. See the angle here from the west looking back. Again, the pool sort of sliding under the house with a bit of a recreational area that the understory strategy allows us to enjoy. Lots of ground area to allow for the water to filter in. The lower level is more like the public area, and then the master bedroom suite upstairs. This is more the side that faces the existing home, which has really intense buffering of landscaping. So if you imagine the landscape layered on this is going to soften all this environment as well. The material palette is simple. We have some vertical screens that will be aluminum, horizontal nautical railing system, nice smooth stucco, and the glazing really formulates the composition of materials. These are the classic, typical diagrams that really indicate the complexity of interventions in sites like this. So you kind of start to see the way we formulated all the different lot coverage calculations. The additional 10% really makes a big difference in this house, because it's just a small house, and to be able to get to 50% really makes the project work for us. See all the diagrams, the dashed line kind of represents how we would have to cut back if we didn't get the 10%. So a lot of the spaces really become unusable. You can see it here on the upper level as well. And then the front setback is another one. So we're providing a significant setback, but the code requires an additional 10 feet. And this property, we just couldn't shift everything towards the west. So that's why we're asking for that variance as well. It's meaningful to the way the scheme functions. Kind of see it clipping into the bedroom levels here as well, so these setbacks are important. And then, that side yard cutout that the code also formulates, we're asking for a minor waiver on that one as well. So again, this part of the presentation goes more into the technical, so I could stop. The landscape plan is in this part of your presentation. So I'll just go briefly into the landscape scheme. You have this in your package. You can see the intense buffering of the landscape along the freeway. There are some large trees that we're keeping on site. And then just the typical sort of layering for privacy and some gestures of some significant trees on the front yard as well. So with that, I'll leave it to the board for questions.
Thank you. As shown, the design is unique, resilient, and compatible with the neighborhood. This is an idle vacant lot, and the only abutting neighbor will be the applicant. It's extremely irregular in shape, and the proposed requests, as Ronaldo showed you with all of our diagrams, are really the minimum that we could request. So we're requestfully respecting your approval of this new single-family home with the understory waivers and variances, and our team's available if there's any questions, and we reserve some time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Concludes your presentation? Yes. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? I don't see any hands. Anyone online?
And there's nobody online with their hand
Excellent.
raised?
I'm now going to close the public portion of the application and open it up to the board for discussion. Who would like to start?
Morning, everybody. Thank you for the very thoughtful presentation. I really appreciate the history, the background, understanding everything, and the design is incredibly thoughtful. It's nice to see something site responsive. The west happens to be as your neighbor, but it's also more solid. It's responding to not only the site configuration, but the sun angles. I think my initial comments are disheartening to see the material legend that it's aluminum, painted to represent Ipe. I know we have a very harsh environment that we're building in, but I do believe, and we've seen a lot of good projects recently where the natural wood material is actually being used on the facade. I think the way that you've placed those vertical members is, again, very nice and very delicate, solid where they need to be, but I also feel like they're a bit timid and could begin to, wrap the circle a bit more. Again, the rhythm is nice, the way they sort of start to pixelate, but it seems like if you were to remove that material, then the house would definitely be missing something. So I think the importance of that design element is huge. And did you think about wood at all, or was it always the aluminum imitating wood, or can you share that with us?
Yes, Shauna, thank you. And you know me, so I did think of that, and this comes up in every project. We certainly like natural materials, as you do as well. In a house like this, and in a lot of these modern homes, the aluminum, not necessarily imitating wood, because it could just be, painted with a warm tone, is very sustainable in the sense that you really don't need to worry about the maintenance of that, So, when we look at the life cycle of these projects, right? So if we use natural Ipe, the Ipe is going to need a lot of love, right? And these particular screens are difficult to get to and maintain and keep oiled and keep happy all the time. So we just always surrender to the practicality of using a beautiful aluminum screen. That keeps it maintenance-free. The clients are happy. Even Brazilians that in Brazil use a lot of Ipe, when they come to South Florida, they don't want Ipe in their homes because they know what it means in terms of maintenance. So it's mostly a maintenance issue, long-term, how the building is kept looking nice, that we bring in the aluminum. It's also more stable, the wood, from a stability point of view, it's not as crisp as time, when you have fragile elements of these screens. And I agree that, sort of increasing the screening system in some areas is kind of nice, but it also, becomes an issue that you're having now to look at the view through the screen most of the time. So we try to sort of moderate how much screen we have in terms of the way the view exposure of the project works. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Any thoughts on the variances?
I just have one thought. When this went to the planning board for a lot split from 1 lot to 3, was this the same applicant that went before the planning board, or was it sold afterwards into 3 separate lots?
So no, it was the same applicant. We also presented the massing studies to the planning board, and when we went before them, we explained to them that we had to come before you all and that we would be seeking waivers and variants to make this design possible. So they had the full application presentation that you received today from the same applicant.
Okay.
Yeah, and the applicant lives on site with his family and plans on moving to the modern home once it's ready.
I know the street has horrific flooding problem in that area, and it's had it for years. I just don't it's difficult for me to approve this project when it went before the planning board. It was known to the owner developer what the restrictions were going to be as far as setbacks, lot coverage, unit size, and we sort of bypassed that now. And I know it was stated, as you mentioned, to the planning board, but we now go back and say, okay, well, the things that were the conditions of the lot split, we now want them reversed. That's what I have difficulty
If I can make a
with.
correction, Myra, so typically, if the planning board does not have, fully or sufficiently developed design drawings for the new home, they will place a requirement that the maximum lot coverage shall not exceed this amount, and they'll place a condition that no design waivers or variances may be granted. They did not put that on this property because they saw the design and wanted to give the applicant the opportunity to get those variances and get the design approved. So that's the case here, because otherwise, if they had placed those conditions on the property, then they'd have to go back to the planning board to modify those conditions before they can make an application here. So the planning board, understood what the applicant was proposing, and I think in terms of the lot split, they saw that this lot is actually, when it's not split, is larger, like disproportionately larger than the ones across the street. So it probably makes more sense from a neighborhood standpoint to have 3 smaller homes on the site than one massive home that takes up, the entire lot. So I think that's sort of what the planning board took in consideration in improving the split for the 3 lots.
And I appreciate that, Michael, and I think your design is very pretty. I like it. I think it's a beautiful design. I just think that it ends up being too large of a home for a lot of that size, especially with its configuration taken into account.
Well, I think kind of going back a little bit to what Myra is saying and what Michael is saying, of course, the planning board puts that restriction when you split a large property, from the 50 to the 40, so that, most likely, so that you don't end up with, 2 or, in this case, 3 kind of large houses on lots where there would have been a bigger lot and a bigger house, but you'll have bigger setbacks because you have more square footage. And so I sort of understand what Myra's saying. We don't, it would be fairly an anomaly for us to say, like, yeah, go for the 10% extra on the square footage.
Jason, if I can make a correction here, the planning board did not put that restriction. It's a code restriction.
Code restriction,
So
right.
so the planning board didn't have any ability to waive that requirement.
Right.
Only the design review board could grant a variance for that.
Got it. But it's in the code for a reason. I mean, it was put there deliberately.
But I think it doesn't anticipate this type of scenario where maybe you can pull up the platted lot lines and you can see what the platted lot lines
Yeah.
would result in, because originally this was a waterfront lot, and then the curves, you have these extreme curves when the interchange was created.
Right.
So I don't know if you can bring up that.
Yeah, if we could bring up our presentation again, please.
And I think maybe independent of that, for me, it would be sort of like, I could understand where we would approve this one at a 50%, and then the next one that's gonna come, and we don't know what that's gonna be yet, but there might be an ask for that one too, to be 50%, and then for the middle one, when that house goes away, which I'm sure it will eventually, that's gonna be another 50%. So I guess we have to kind of understand, like, this is an application unto its own, but it is part of a 3-lot series that are here, that I think are all owned by the same person, or no, yes?
Yes.
So I guess that's what, in my head, I'm just trying to wrap myself around, what may happen here today, and then in 6 months when you present the next house, or 2 months, and then perhaps what will happen to the center home, which I can't say what will happen, but.
So through the chair, if I could clarify some of the points. So this was, I understand, and part of the reason why I said this was a re-subdivision is because this was originally 3 platted lots. If the infill hadn't occurred, if the I-95 interchange hadn't chopped up this parcel, they would be allowed 3 homes at 50% unit size and 30% lot coverage.
Yeah,
Why
but
we did
if
a,
you look at, well, can you bring that
No.
figure back up? If you look at that, which is the original, the original plotting, they're regular rectangular lots. They're not these awkward triangular ones that you have now. So I'm not quite sure if that applies in the same way.
well, so the gray shading is what was before we did the re-subdivision is overlaid onto the original platted lot. So if these were 3 straight platted lots, which they were originally, it would be 3 homes. But because it was chopped up, even though we have the square footage, we essentially had to reconfigure the lots in order to make it 3 single-family homes. So it's not like this was 2 lots and now we're trying to squeeze in 3 lots. This was always 3 single-family homes. And part of I think the concern you have with the massing of it, we are complying with the lot coverage. So from the understory up and how much space on the lot we're taking over is only 25%, when a new single-family home on a vacant lot could be at 30%. So although we are asking for the unit size increase is only for small portions, we're not taking over the whole 30% of the lot. So we are complying with the 25%, which is less than what a new single-family coming before you all would have to do.
Yeah, could I also respond to Jason's
You know,
concern?
I feel like maybe we got it, and I want to keep hearing from the board to see. Did you have any additional questions?
Yeah, first of all, it's a really nice design, Ronaldo, and I agree with you with Ipe. I have a table that I just had redone, and it cost a fortune, so I can imagine the house with that. You know, I was going to ask Michael, too. We were in a situation before where we had a lot split, and then they asked for 11 variances, and I'm really annoyed at the planning board. Like, I don't understand. They have these regulations, we have a code, and then they split the lots and they claim a hardship, which staff completely supports a hardship, but they made the hardship. And so I have I'm glad the original house is there. I don't know how long that's gonna stay, if they're gonna split that lot later. But that area it's a nightmare. I mean, you're surrounded by a freeway, it does flood. I think the design's great for what it is, but I think the hardship was created by the lot split. And so it kind of annoys me that the planning board would do this again and allow variances when you split a land, when there's regulations for a reason. So I guess
Because I think the issue here is that these irregular shapes and the curves were forced upon whoever was the owner at the time when the interchange was created.
How many years, 50 years ago?
Right, but what they probably should have done is also purchase that property, which they didn't. So you're left with these extreme curves that are the result of the creation of the interchange. And then you have this disproportionately large lot that you have these awkward corners, and only the center portion is really in a regular shape. You know, it is an extremely large lot for this zoning district.
It
So I think
is.
it does make sense to have it split.
It is, but it's also in the middle of a freeway. So I really wonder the wisdom of splitting these lots in kind of a precarious scenario. But the design is fine with me, and, you know, I don't understand the rationale of the planning board, which I'm gonna have to.
So through the chair, part of our planning board analysis was looking at the area and the lot sizes of the area. And even with our lot split, we are still larger than all of the lots on this street by a significant percentage. So part of the planning board analysis was, is this compatible? And it is more than compatible, even when subdivided.
Thank you. I will say that I also think this design is beautiful and it's fresh and it's exciting. I do agree with Shauna that I think more screening, especially because it does face the highway, would enhance the design, not detract it. And I really wanted to encourage you to explore that. I did a site visit. You know, I drove up and I looked at the lots. I was there for quite a while with the design there, and they're small. I mean, they're they're small and they're awkward. And definitely my first impression was this house as proposed is just too big for the space. I understand completely. I agree with the rest of the board members in that, you know, the code is there for a reason. And I don't think that the lovely design of this house would be, it wouldn't take away from the lovely design of the house, or clearly you're a very talented architect, that you could very easily design a version of this that would take 40% as the code allows, as opposed to this additional. I feel like, I don't know if anybody has any other comments, or are we ready to make a motion? Anyone else? I will also say too, for the next one that comes, the other lot is even smaller than this one, and it's, you know, it's even more steep. I just, you know, made a mental note too, to also say, you know, again, like, I don't know how you're gonna fit that much house on that lot. I think I went ahead and I looked at, so something to think about.
I
for
do
next
have a
time.
question. On page 15, you know, I know it's not designed, but it shows the schematic proposal for the Lot 3. Are you showing something that anticipates, you know, a 50% coverage versus 40%?
It could be. I mean, if I could say something about the sizing, about the multiple comments about the code being 50%, right? There's also a variance for a reason, right? And this is sort of emblematic of what a hardship really looks like, this project. If you understand the way I had to sort of carve this house out of this site, it's a true hardship, right?
But I guess what we're saying is the owner of the property created the hardship when this was divided in this way, when this was approved. And this comes before us, we've seen this before. And it's always the same story. This was an oversized lot, and it was divided by the planning board, and now the applicant feels like they don't have enough space and they wanna do bigger. And had they divided the lot differently, had they kept the lot, there were many other choices that were made, and now here we are, you know, the planning board kicked it down the pike, and now we're the ones to say, you know what? It's too big for that space. And I think the feeling that I'm getting, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're all in agreement here.
Well,
So-
I do want to say that, and I don't have the history that you guys do with these sort of, that repeated process, but from what I've seen, you know, in my few meetings here, I want to say that I think that the way the house is sited is very good, and there is a lot of open space, and compared to what we see and what we're going to approve that will meet code, I would prefer to see this get built than something else. So I don't have the same issue with the variance.
Shauna, would you think if this was just a little bit smaller, it would still have the same successful design effect?
That's what I keep trying, I mean.
And I agree, it is like that pool in the back, I mean, I've really great design.
Working on a very similar lot in a different, you know, in Miami, I know how hard it can be when you have awkward shapes, and then, you know, you have certain setbacks, and even that 5 feet matters when you're trying to fit a program in. So yes, like, it could be configured differently and still be successful, but I do believe, you know, as much as how thoughtful everything else is and how it touches the ground, how everything moves around it, that they didn't try to make it work smaller and then just come and ask for more. So I think that there are designs where it's very obvious that they're like, I just want this and I'm gonna go ask for it. Here, I feel like things were studied, you know, is it a big house? Yes, you know, we could talk about all those things, but I do feel like there was intent given. So that's where I come down.
May
I
I
mean, the
make-
777 square feet, is that, yeah.
Yeah. Could I just say, because I recall many years ago when we were transitioning to the 50% situation that Jason reminded me on a house that we were presenting in Palm Island. Don't come back with 70%, right? I remember that. Never forget that. So look, 50% is really not much. And when we look at the sizing issue, we remove these 700 or so square feet, the perception of volume of this house is just going to get a little bit more awkward because it's going to become a little bit slender. The height isn't going to change. We're not here for a height variance. We're strategizing a understory strategy, which is very resilient, and we should celebrate this client for having the courage to want to live on the edge of speed and the highway, because he lives there now, right? So I've already tested him on that, and I walked the site many times with him. The site is actually quite nice when you live within, sort of the limits of the site, and you understand he's got a young family, the kids are there playing in the backyards and all that. So he's encouraged by the context. I mean, we don't need to sell him on that because he's the one that says, hey, I'm excited, I want to be here, I want to be on the edge. So I thought that really to penalize him further, because the process has been extensive and complex to get to this point. The planning board got a very complete presentation, the same presentation that you just saw now. We have, staff very supportive from the beginning. We want to make sure that, we're going in the right direction in the way that staff guides us. So really, the 10% to me is not a big deal perception-wise. The house wouldn't look that much different, and it's not going to affect anybody. We looked at the sizing of the neighborhood, so we're within the context of the sizing and the compatibility of both unit size sizing and parcel sizing. We looked at both. We've really done our homework, with this kind of legal team that we have here is amazing. So, I think this is a case study on how to do excellence on a very complex context with complex geometry and turn it into something attractive. So I think, you guys should be excited about this.
We are. Now, let me ask you a question. The next home that you're going to present to us, are you also going to be asking for the 50% over the 40%?
Part of the presentation for the unit size and the lot split, we have to really do the computation of all the zoning criteria for the 3 parcels, because we have to kind of balance unit size between the 3 homes, because he is intending to keep the original home on site. There's no plan to demolish that. And, that strategy is very similar to this one. That site is the same kind of awkward geometry. So these are kind of jewel of a very unique architecture in that context that is sort of informed by the complexity and the history of how the geometry has evolved as DOT did their thing and this land sort of got transformed like this.
And to your point, sir, I think we could agree to a condition on these variances that future development of the site requires retaining of that 1934 home, which is part of the hardship with this site. Like, we could have, like you said, just put a line down the middle and build 2 McMansions and comply with the 40% and not be here before you today. But part of the hardship is both the lot configuration and preservation of that home.
Let me ask you guys a question, Emily. Would you guys be willing to have a condition that the existing home on the site is going to be substantially retained?
Correct.
Because that's really important. So just so the board knows, this home would be classified as architecturally significant, pre-42. And in that case, if this was any other circumstance where somebody is keeping a pre-42 home, the board likes to see that and does encourage, incentives for them to keep the home. So I think in this case, keeping the home is a great incentive for them to have the variances for the increased unit size. Because typically you see, demolition of these pre-42 homes, which is not the case here. So I think that that's something that the board should consider to explore.
I forgot to mention something very important. If you look at the floor plan, right, the way we move vertically, right, in a scheme like this is very important. The size of that stair cannot be reduced, just because of the nature of going vertical and having an elevator and so on. That in itself, if you look at it as a percentage of usable area on each plan, it's almost like 40% of the plan, you can't really live in the stair. So when we take that 10%, right, that we're asking you guys for, which I think is a sensible ask, that the house becomes more functional, becomes more livable. And nobody gets affected because the site is so detached from the rest of the context. Nobody's really going to be, affected by the size of this house, in the neighborhood, right? Because the house is sort of so detached, if you will.
I mean, the compromise, I don't know how everybody else feels, but the compromise that I would be comfortable with would to say, okay, this one you get the extra, but for the next one on lot 3, you need to stick to the 40%. That, I don't know what everybody else feels, because I'm looking at this as an entire project of these 3 homes. And like I said, I was there. I saw that the house in the center, it has an amazing space. And I wanted to go and run and play in the yard. So, and it seemed like you had this wonderful house, and now you're smushing these other 2 in, and that's just what I'm concerned with. But I agree. I'm very excited. Like I said, I think we all really love the design. I don't know what any of the other board members feel, or if
And
anybody's
we would
ready to
agree-
make a
we would
motion.
agree
Let me
to that
ask you
condition.
the question, what would keep this design from staying within the limitations that are set by code on a lot split on this property?
It
Look,
was in
there's
the
some
presentation.
diagrams in our presentation that kind of show you what would happen to the floor
Yeah,
plan if we met those setbacks, right? And what I think is even more compelling is the fact that we're setting back from an on-ramp to a freeway. We're not setting back from, continuation of residential architecture, if you will. So I think that additional setback doesn't really benefit anybody in the neighborhood if we were to, provide that setback. Even the frontal setback, I think, is a polite ask, because the house already has, by its nature, a significant setback from the street. And you could see in the geometry of the parcel that if we were to offset all that house towards the back, it just doesn't fit, because the geometry gets really, unusable.
I wasn't being disrespectful, I was just looking while you were talking of what
No, I
you were
understand,
saying.
Myra, if you look at page 28, they do have a really nice diagram that shows this is what it would be at 40% versus 50%.
Our package includes it at each level.
Right,
So it
yeah.
would be, a non-usable
looked at that.
stair and elevator vestibule. It would be essentially half-size bedrooms, a non-usable living room, and just chopping off all the corners of this already narrow, uniquely configured home.
Go for it.
Oh,
Go
I was
for
just
it,
gonna
yeah.
say, I make a motion to approve with the conditions, that the lot 3 remains at 40% and the, I don't know if it's lot 2, sorry, but the existing house remains.
And then did you also want to add to make additional screening?
We can work with staff on studying which portions of the screening can be increased.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, the east side, it just feels like it's not as the same language as where it's solid and wraps around, and then it's just a little bit applied on the east side. I think the screening could be studied, and I just want to go on record that I was not suggesting eBay. There's native, there's American thermally modified wood. Yes, I understand wood, behaves different than aluminum, but also on your material sheet, it specifically says painted to imitate Ipe. So I would just, for me, it's about the intent and the messaging, right? So if it's aluminum, for all the reasons you said, express it as aluminum, but don't try to be wood. If it's wood, then let's figure out a way to use wood responsibly.
Can I ask a question? So the applicant voluntarily agrees to substantially retain the existing home in the center, correct? As part of this
Correct.
approval, okay. And I think regarding the 40% for the additional lot, I'd rather keep that, I think the applicant knows your direction on that. They're gonna have to come before you for that anyway. So I think that should be part of that application. But I think as long as the applicant is proffered, and we can put a condition to keep the existing house substantially as a condition of the granting of the variances for this parcel, then I think we could work with that in the final order.
Second.
Excuse me, Michael, just one thing on keeping the house and making it architecturally significant. What I would hate to see is that 10 years from now, they say the house is deteriorating to such extent that now we need to demolish it. And this happens continuously, that what I've seen, at least in the past. And again, a condition we set here today, as the code has conditions for lot splits, gets removed or gets approved to be changed years later.
It's hard to forecast what the future may bring. I do think that because this is a result of a lot split, if they were to come and want to put a new house on that site, I do think it would require, we could indicate that it would require design review approval, and the board would then, have review over the lot coverage and unit size of that parcel.
I think a motion was offered and seconded.
So that will be, let's do the variances, because that's the more difficult. So that motion will be for the variances as is. with the condition that the existing home be substantially retained. And we're going to work with the applicant, or the applicant's going to work with staff to possibly increase the amount of vertical screening on the property. And we have a second. All in favor of that motion? This is for the variances.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that motion passes 6-0. And then can I get a motion for the general design, including the design waivers?
I so move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 6-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all. Thank you. Thank you.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0941, 4410 Alton Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story home with an understory, including one or more waivers on a vacant site.
So staff noted that this application, although we didn't have a quorum for it due to the length of the agenda and variances last month, the applicant did ask for a continuance of the meeting and is before you today. We are recommending approval of the application, although we did indicate initially that there was a design waiver. There is no design waiver for this home. We are recommending approval of the application. That'll turn it over to the applicant.
So good morning, Madam Chair, Board Member Staff, Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. With me today is Farid Chacon and Carmen Gregorio from Nomadis Architecture. Our landscape architect is Dale Bryant Green from Earth Landscape Architecture, and my colleague Emily Balter is here. First of all, we want to thank the neighbors and the board for informing us of the condition of the site. There were certain things that were happening. Construction workers were parking there. It wasn't mown properly.
Thank you.
And so our client, and you know, I'm at fault. I should go by these sites beforehand and like do like site visits myself. Sometimes I get caught up in my own silly busyness. But so we did, and the client acted within a week's time, made sure the construction workers are no longer there, mowed the grass. A permit has been filed to get a picket fence there, which will remain for the next 6 to 7 months, and then it'll be replaced with a chain link fence with a screen once the building permit would issue. So with that, I'd just like to turn it over to our great architecture team, have them walk you through their design. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Farid Chacon from Nomadis. I'm the design thinker of the firm and founder. With me is in the Zoom Cristobal area is our principal, and Carmen Gregorio is with me in this morning. Thank you, first of all, for your time, for your attention, and for the opportunity. Well, first of all,
that's it.
First of all, we have the design for this incredible area in Elton Road. We were working severally in design a new house for the area with the principal idea to collaborate with the development of the area and with the principal idea of to create an icon and an incredible living house for the owner. It's the house of his dreams in Miami, and the principal idea is to recreate the topologic of the tropicality of Miami with a modern tropical design house. We have in this moment an empty lot. We don't have any kind of demolition of them in the Alton Road. You know, one of the principal things that we have is the increase in the level of the crown of the street, and that's why the design has some kind of things that we're gonna talk about it. Well, this is the house. One of our challenge, or principal challenge, that we don't have water for a dream house in Miami. We are not in front of the water. That's what the principal design intent of the house was, to recreate with the landscape and with the design the dream of the tropical living in Miami. We recreate with all the environment and the built environment with the design, and that's
principle, we are building a big forest roof with a house in the middle of the garden. We have a two-story house with an understory area for chilling, for the cars, or for the parking spaces. We have, please. Principally, one of the first idea of the house, we invert the order of the functionality of the house, the typical functionality in this moment. We have in the second story, we have the social area. And for the back area of the house, we recreate an oasis with a landscape, with a tropical feeling there, with a water feature in the middle of them, to create a focus point for all the areas of the social area of the house. Yes. We have a room terrace in the top of the roof in this moment, like a sun terrace to us the opportunity to take the sun. We have, please, the understory for cars, and we are creating a permeable floor there with a flavor of Copacabana was the principal idea of the design. In the first floor, we have all the rooms of the houses, ramp to connect the rooms with the pool, and we have a big, great hall in the top, in the second floor, with the focus point directly to the waterfall, under the roof that we call the forest. That was the principal idea, to recreate the forest with the parametric structure that we have and create this oasis in the middle of Acton Road. We are using, principally, we are using Akoya or Iroko thermomodified wood in the first floor, like a screen for the rooms of the house, and we are using phenolic wood for all the covering of the forest structure.
Great.
We are not asking for variance.
No variances or waivers as well.
No waivers.
So, and we agree with all staff's recommendations, including the reduction in height by 8 inches, which is fine. No problem here. And with that, our presentation is concluded. Madam Chair and board members, we're eager and anxiously awaiting your questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Oh, yes, if you come up. Thank you.
Sorry to recognize you. Thanks for your help. Good morning, good morning. My name is Pasquale Nanari, and I live at 4416 Alton, right to the north of this house that's being built. So first of all, thank you for hearing me out. I'm very passionate about this for several reasons. Number one, I want to thank Mr. Larkin. He was actually the one that I met last time we were here in November to get some of these issues rolling that we were having. So I think it's important that you hear some of the history and then some of the feelings about this project. Number one, the sentence that Mr. Larkin said about not knowing, apologies, and we move on, was actually 2 years of my life, okay? This project, this lot was sold 2 years ago. Mr. Kirchner, great taste, worldly person, obviously did not know. You can tell my passion, I'm Italian too, so my hands are gonna be all over the place. Mr. Kirchner obviously did not know that if you buy a lot, there's maintenance required. For 2 years, complaint after complaint after complaint, 6-foot grass. The city of Miami Beach, our dollars, paid for that lawn to be maintained up until December. 2 years, okay? That wasn't enough. The section of Alton Road, and I'm sure those of you that drive down Alton South to go to either South Beach or to go to into Miami, that road backs up from Mount Sinai to about 47th, 48th, 49th. I've lived there for 30 years. I bought my house 30 years ago, and my house is 1937, and it's not deteriorated. I have spent over $500,000, new windows, new roof, maintaining it, lead pipes, everything. Houses don't deteriorate if the owners take care of them, okay? 1937 house, okay. So it used to be 30 years ago where maybe we had traffic for an hour in the morning, an hour in the afternoon. I have traffic backed up in front of my house literally 12 hours a day, from about 7 o'clock in the morning until 7 p.m. at night. One of the things that's very important for me is that all of the discussion that goes on, that we don't forget the human element, right? The people that are living in the adjacent homes. And I know there's a lot of discussion about wood and landscaping, but I think there should be a little bit more about planning for parking. You want to build a house like that on Alton Road where the traffic is crazy? Let's hear your parking plan. What are you going to do with your 30, 45 people that are going to be working on this? Okay, so let me move forward to this last year. So never maintained it. On October 13th, actually September 28th, the last time that the city paid to have the lawn mowed, the following day, a truck came, dumped a bunch of gravel, and guess what? It turned into a parking lot. Mr. Kirchner made a deal with the other contractors, since parking, and I don't blame them, since parking was such an issue. I now lived next to a parking lot for 48 days before the city, before I met Mr. Larkin, who took care of it. Cars coming, cars going. I sent you an email to the board to show you pictures of people changing. There's children that live. I couldn't even enjoy my backyard of my house that I spent millions of dollars on. I couldn't even enjoy my backyard. Cars coming, cars going. Okay, so I think it's important that we discuss parking plan for situations like this. So there was a posted notice of violation. It came, it went. I called the city, what happened? No response. For 2 years, this person has never responded to one code violation for 2 complete years with an address on file. Certified mail didn't make it, regular mail didn't make it. The city even came to me and said, do you know how to contact Mr. Kirchner? I gave him 2 emails that I found online. Never even responded to that. This is who I'm going to be living next to that's building this gigantic house, which I don't understand how there's no variances. All right, so let's talk about the proposed project. Enormous modern home in an area where traffic backs up. I think it's a beautiful home. It doesn't belong there. It belongs on North Bay Road in a lot 5 times its size, inset. Bottleneck traffic. What is their parking plan? Again, I'm gonna ask. So the houses that surround this project are 1937, 1940, and 1952. I showed this to family members during Thanksgiving. This is what I got. Wow, it looks like a modern art museum. Wow, it looks like a cruise terminal. Wow, it looks like an airport terminal. My point here is it doesn't coexist with what's there right now. I want to thank the board because in the 30 years, I've seen a lot of changes on North Bay Road and Alton Road. And so far, everything coexists. I can see a house built in the 30s and a house built in 2021, 2022. They coexist. This does not coexist with anything. It screams attention, it screams bring more traffic, and it doesn't do anything for the neighborhood. I'm concerned about the runoff of any water. I'm concerned about more, and above all, what's their parking plan going to be on Alton and North Bay Road? And I'll conclude with this, just again, the human element. Between 43 and 44 Alton, 1 block, there has been 6 homes in the last 2 years that have been approved. 5 new ones and 1 remodel. That is why every day I live next to a parking lot for 48 days where 30 cars every single day were coming and going. Why? because they were not expected to do a parking plan, nor was anyone looking. What's going on? Why are people parking on the swale? Why are people parking in front of people's homes? Why are people parking on a lot? So A, let's not forget the human element. B, that house does not belong on Alton and 44 where there's traffic galore. And please, 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 don't forget the human element. Anyways, I conclude with that. And I think there's somebody else that wants to talk.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Carmen Guerrero Del Pino.
You can lower the microphone if that's comfortable.
My address is 4420 Alton Road. I have been a resident of Miami Beach since 1969. I have been owner of 4420 Alton Road since 1987. My kids grew up there. My grandkids are growing up there. The main concern I have with this property, other than what my other neighbor has expressed, and I don't think I'm going to repeat everything he said because it's redundant. I'm concerned definitely with the parking situation, which we have right now. We have a hard time just trying to get visitors to come over to the house. The parking spaces in Alton are completely full all the time. I'm very concerned with the house itself, even though I think it's a beautiful design, and you know, I think it's a gorgeous design. I do agree with Pasquale that it does not fit our neighborhood, our block. I've had to get used to the big white glass homes that don't match either, but I guess there's so many of them already that it's kind of becoming part of the Miami Beach culture, where you see a colonial home next to a Art Deco home next to a white home with glass. My home is an Art Deco home. I love Art Deco culture. For me, it's what defines Miami Beach. I think if we knock down all of the Art Deco district, we will lose our existence as we know it. My house, like I said, is an Art Deco house. I've tried to keep it an Art Deco house. Whenever I've remodeled, I've tried to stick to the design. And the more I drive now, I see where we're losing that culture. With a house like this, it's completely different than anything else I've seen. I even want to go as far as saying as all of North Bay facing the water, which even the ones that are doing now are pretty much still to the design of the rest of the neighborhood. The height of the house concerns me. I believe, can you go over to how many feet high the house is? Because I read it on the map, but I'm not too much into architecture. I don't really know how to read those. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that the height for the roof, for a flat roof, was 30 feet. Is that right?
The maximum is 31 feet.
Okay.
31.
So the height of this top of this house is what?
They're proposing 29'8". I'm not sure if you want to have a back and forth, or I think
And then it has like these things on the top, right? These cones. Is that the 39, or is the roof is the 39? I'm sorry, the 29.
You know what? I think that I'm glad that you're bringing up this point. It's something that we will discuss in detail.
Okay.
So we will answer your questions, yeah.
Mhm.
If you want to move on and continue with your comments.
Well, yeah, that's basically what I wanted to say. We had, and believe me, I have the whole history because I've been there forever. We had a castle on North Bay Road. I don't know if anybody remembers the castle on 45th. I'm glad you guys were not on that board. Whoever approved that, I don't want to wind up with another castle, another monster house that doesn't really belong in the neighborhood. Like I said, I love the design is beautiful. I'm not knocking him. They're amazing. That's like something out of this world. But I don't feel like it fits in our neighborhood. That's all. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any other people wishing to speak? Okay, is there anybody online?
There's nobody online with their hand
Okay,
raised?
I'm now closing the public portion of the presentation and opening it up to the board for discussion.
Actually, before we do that, Larkin has a chance to rebut.
Okay, I
Right.
missed that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief rebuttal. With regard to parking, while construction is taking place, we'll abide by the code. The construction workers will be at an off-site location. They'll be shuttled there. There might be some limited opportunity for parking on-site, but we'll be respectful. Won't be many cars at all. The overwhelming majority of the cars will be off-site, probably at a parking garage owned by the city on the north side of Arthur Godfrey, the one I'm thinking of. With regard to the architectural style, you know what I've come to realize as a zoning attorney, I absorb by osmosis all the good architecture here. And Miami Beach has always been a laboratory of evolving architecture, starting with Prime 112, that vernacular architecture, shifting to Art Deco, then to post-war modern, and then just some brutalism, not many examples here, 80s, 90s, into contemporary modern. And this is just the last part. This is an entirely modern home for sure. But I don't think that certain neighborhoods should have the best architecture. I think the best architecture should be in every neighborhood in the city. And there's no reason why Alton Road shouldn't enjoy this type of modern architecture. It's a double lot, so it's not a single lot, so that accounts for the size of the home. But even the size of the home is broken up, the massing is. Change is always tough for any neighborhood, but I feel here should be embraced. We're certainly not the North Bay Road Castle. We're just a different type of architectural style. I don't know if you want to say anything, Fareed?
Well, yes, I think that one of the principal things that we can see in this moment about the higher the house of the difference between levels is about the change in the code. The crown of the street is 3 feet more than the one that we have in this moment. For sure, all the levels go high. And that is not part of the design. That is part of the actual situation of the flood and the new regulation of the city. And I totally understand the concern. That's why we tried to design with all the buffer of the landscape. We actually, as planters in the second floor, to increase the landscape in the house in several areas and to convert their scale into an incredible big garden and a tropical point of view for the neighbors too.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I'd now like to close the public portion, open it up to the board for comment. Who would like to start?
I'll start. I want to thank Michael Larkin because it was as a result of the last meeting, the gentleman that first spoke, the resident next to this property, that expressed concerns about the parking. And I expressed it to Michael, and it was taken care of the next day. And it continues to be taken care of. I just want to respond to one of the residents' concerns as far as the city cutting and maintaining the yard. Yes, it probably had to do so upon the purchase by the owner from the Sosa family that was previous owner. However, that went on as a lien on the property, and that lien would have to be paid to the city of Miami Beach if it has not been done so already. As to the parking plan, a parking plan is required by the city of Miami Beach, approved by the building department when before a building permit is issued. The problem we are having is that it really is not adhered to. At least I can say on Alton Road, all development and construction occurring on North Bay, including the Ritz-Carlton, parks on Alton Road in the curb parking, keeping that parking away from the residents that need to use the parking for guests or people that are coming to service their homes. This has been brought to the attention of the parking department. Unfortunately, it continues to be a problem. So maybe this project will be different, and maybe a stipulation can be made to the parking department that they adhere to the parking plan so that it does not use the parking that is available for residents on the street. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will just underscore what Myra has said. You know, there's no world where this board is in charge of managing construction parking in the city. I'm sorry, it's not what we do. if you've driven anywhere on, you know, I used to live on Allison Island. There's 7 homes under construction. The island is littered with cars. You have to call the police every day. They have to come and ticket every contractor. I mean, I'm sorry. This is like something to talk to your city commissioners about, talk to your mayor, talk to the parking department. We are the last group of 8 people you should be talking to about it. And I don't want us to, I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, I don't want our board to be wasting time and not approving things and being concerned about parking plans. And it's not really what we're here to be doing. I mean, we're here to review the design. We're here to like review the interpretation of staff's recommendations, and create the best design for the city of Miami Beach. So I just want to make it clear, and yes, you're completely within compliance. No variances, no waivers. This always makes the board super happy. So you know, thank you for that. I mean, personally, you know, you've got a home here that, you know, meets the maximum requirements for lot coverage, unit size. You're even a little bit lower than you could have been, so that's admirable. So just a couple of things. Just one thing, is there going to be, I couldn't tell in the plan if there's going to be a wall or a fence around the front of the house. And a lot of the renderings, it kind of shows it sort of open, but I'm assuming there's like there is, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Because it's, I mean, I'd love for everybody to be able to see as much of the.
Yes, we try to hide it with the landscape. That's
Yeah.
why it's not, you just can see it in the area of the parking, of the.
Oh, yeah, I guess I can see it in the
It's
elevation.
really, I think, is 4 feet.
Thank you for thinking of the citizens plan, because it wasn't been here forever. Thank you.
And a couple of things I think are really, I like how you kind of flipped the typical program that we see. So usually you see the living room on the first floor and then the bedrooms on the second floor. So I think this idea of kind of switching what you call the great room to be sort of on the top where your views are going to be the best. I mean, it's really nice. And certainly as an architect and a fellow designer, I really appreciate seeing something really creative happening, because we do see a lot of things that we have approved a lot of things that are maybe not so unique. I mean, certainly, I mean, I can't make an argument that this is going to blend in with the homes that are next to it in any way, shape, or form. But I also recognize that, you know, 4422, 4420, 4416, those are all sort of built at pretty much the same time period, at least in where you are here. But I can look everywhere in the city now, Venetians, Hibiscus, Palm, Allison. We have things that are there that we approve that do not resemble anything next to it. And I can certainly say now the Venetians probably there's more new homes than there are older homes. So, you know, is this the young lady who spoke earlier? Of course, like we are always historians as architects too, right? We always look at context and appreciating what was there and then what's coming. But we also have to recognize, as you had said, you know, the code supports what we are seeing here. You're in front of us because you're doing an understory, and I have a feeling eventually those won't even come in front of us. So, you know, we just have an opportunity here to pretty much comment on the design and how, you know, how we can get it to be to have design excellence, I think, here for the beach. And I really like what you said about it. Great architecture should be kind of all over the city in a way, and I do kind of agree. I think when like the 1111 parking garage was built, it was sort of like, I think people were shocked, you know, like they were like, what the heck is happening, like to Alton Road, you know? And I don't think it had to get, because it didn't like ask for any variances necessarily, it happened and it appeared, and it was sort of I think it was a little bit of a shock. And of course now it's kind of one of the iconic pieces, and now we have across the street.
Norman Foster.
Norman Foster's building's gonna go across the street, which we of course unanimously loved when we saw it. So I think the board has done a really great job of identifying really great pieces of architecture when we see them. And I know this too, I think, you know, is on its way to being something really unique for the city of Miami Beach. You have obviously a client that also is a very unique thinker. I'm sorry to hear of all the history in the past and how it relates to the neighbors of course, it's horrible. We've all lived in neighborhoods where construction is happening, and it is a complete nightmare, and I've called code enforcement a million times in the past myself, and I've been the bad guy on the street, and I'm sorry, but, you know, somebody has to stand up for people.
You called them my clients.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway, so that's it.
Thank you.
Same thing. I'm really sorry what the neighbors are going through, and I think this is a big problem. I hope that the city, the new commissioners and mayor are listening, because this is a common complaint, and obviously there's a breakdown in the system of this, but, you know, we shouldn't be thinking about that. This is one of those things that I looked at, and I feel like a kid in a candy store, and I think this is like, everything amazing is controversial at the beginning. So I feel like this is a cross between Dr. Seuss and Swiss Family Robinson, and I think it's very exciting for the city, so thank you.
Thank you. Shara?
Sure. Yeah, I want to echo, I think the project is really inspirational, and thinks about really how we live in our house, you know, looking out, not looking in, you know, connecting to our environment. You know, being in Miami, we have that luxury year round. But building off of some of the other comments, I have a little bit more of an adverse reaction, like the Dr. Seuss and Swiss Family Robinson, because I immediately wanted to know how this was built. And, you know, there's things like when you get your building permit, yes, it'll be reviewed for life safety and all of that. But I think part of our role on the board is also, how do we, you know, ensure, you know, something like this that would be built, be iconic, you know, is resilient, and the longevity of it. And there's zero details of the idea of the phenolic panels. You know, there's the screens, you know, have details with 3.5-inch aluminum structure and et cetera, but zero idea of how this is getting constructed. And it is exposed. Every column is wrapped, the understory of the roof, it's all open air. And so we live in one of the harshest environments, you know, in the US, if not in the world. And so I do have major concerns about how this is actually going to be manifested as an architectural design. For me, it's incredibly inspirational, but it's not, it's not convincing. So again, I know our role as the design review board is not, you know, providing a building permit, and others will do that, but I do think our role is to understand, you know, how something's going to get built before we, so. That's my main comment.
Would you want them to, have you done homes like this before, and could you address our concerns?
Yes, one of the, we're in this moment building 2 houses in the water in Bal Harbor in Golden Beach, and we are under permits in Gable State. One of for sure, the wood is one of the principal things to think about it and to take care of that. The turbo-modified Iroko is one of the options that we have in this moment. We were talking last week with an Italian company that can build all the covering of the roof, the wood covering of the roof, and that's one of the options that we have. The other option that we have directly is with a company from Los Angeles who do the phenolic panels, and that's the 2 options that we have, or Italy or Los Angeles, so California. About the structure, we're going to use metal lat for the construction with concrete. It's like it's a parametric structure. We need to calculate, and you need to do everything on the computer to build it. And we have a company who is working with us in this moment doing the parametric structure from the Universidad de Los Angeles, the Universidad de Los Andes in Bogota. They are doing all the consoles that we need to the parametric structure. And at the end of the day, is not, it's concrete, it's wood. We just need to have a really good general contractor that we have it. And for sure, we need to take care of all the materials, the maintenance, and all the functional and things of the project and the house. For
Yeah,
sure,
I
yes.
don't doubt that the concrete shell can be structured and built, probably not locally, but I don't have concerns about that. It's about the detailing, let's say, of the building envelope, because this is outside. Moments go from outside to inside of, wrapping the column.
Absolutely.
Is it a breathable system? If it's wood, it's got to be a rain screen. If it's this phenolic paneling, I guess I'm just not even convinced there's a strategy or an approach. And I know that you're not going to come here with things fully detailed, but I just personally feel like there's not a plausible strategy. And I guess I'd like to hear from my peers on the board about, there's no way that this won't change drastically as it moves forward and actually goes from a concept to constructability. And so, do we have concerns about that, I guess is my question.
Michael, can you address that? Because I know some designs have come back to us. At what point does the planning department send it back to the board?
So, I mean, if you're right in terms of the constructability and the final design and details is something that we don't have here today. Typically, that's something that's done at staff level. Otherwise, if the board wanted to see that type of details, they could approve the project today and continue the application for 4 months to have them come back with those details, or continue, or just have a requirement that rather than staff review those details, that is reviewed by the board at a later date, which would require them to then submit another application, advertise it, and come back to the board to review those details. I agree, this is a very unique circumstance, but something we haven't seen before. So it is something that we're going to have to look at closely, either at staff or the board, in terms of what they're proposing at time of permit.
I'd just like to add a couple things. I want to go back to the residents' comments. I personally, I am not an architect, that is not my background. I think this design is very pretty. If I exclude the top portion of it, it's not something that I like. And I'm sorry, Michael, but I do have to speak up again on this. Everything under that roof, the habitable area, I think it's lovely. However, that rooftop, it just doesn't blend in with the rest of the neighborhood. And I think it would be boring for every home in the neighborhood to have the same architecture. That would take away from the neighborhood, I think. But this is just, I don't feel that it fits in. And I think we do have to be respectful of the neighborhood and the two residents that spoke up that have been living there for a while.
Sure, I agree with you, Myra. Can I speak one thing?
Sure, I was just going to say to you, I completely agree, and as I'm listening to you, I feel like the rooftop structures are just sort of superfluous, and even more so, they seem to take away from the main part of the design. I mean, the main structure is bold enough that it also, in terms of context, this is a wow statement. I understand the idea behind it and that it's designed to be a wow. But my concern, and it did relate to the roof as well, is that you also have the appearance of making it look even bigger than it already is. And I personally think that the structure would look better without the rooftop element, which is the continuation of the white, simple undulation. There's so much going on throughout the project that just seems excessive. I'm also extremely concerned, and this has come up before, and I'm very much missing our landscape architect, but we've seen structures, and I think also this gets to Shauna's point too about how is this thing going to be constructed, because on the one hand you have this very bold design, which is very exciting, but if this bold design fails at any point, then it's going to be a real eyesore, this gigantic structure. So what we're trying to do is ensure both for you, for your client, for the entire community, that this bold design is as successful as possible in every way at every stage. So that is something, that is a concern of mine. I'm concerned that with this trellis on the roof, again, very, very harsh conditions, the vines aren't gonna grow, they're not gonna be maintained, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I'm a little bit more concerned also that, you know, he owned this property for 2 years and it wasn't maintained, and now you're proposing a structure that will need continual maintenance because there is so much greenery and there is so much organic material. You know, it sort of makes me question that. So, you know, I'm concerned that the greenery doesn't grow, it's not being maintained well, and then it's just this sort of awkward lattice structure that takes away from the overall design rather than enhances it.
So, Madam Chair, you all raised some good points. With regard to constructability, and now you raised maintenance, what I'd like to do is, Fareed has done a good job of explaining some aspects, but I think to be more comprehensive, what I'd like to do is within 6 months' time, submit a report to staff or to you all, and just go through detail by detail all the constructability issues, how it will be constructed, discuss the maintenance issues. That should give you all some greater comfort, I feel. And we can either be back before you in 6 months or in 6 months' time submit it to staff. And if staff is uncomfortable, then they can shift it to you all for a public hearing. With regard to the roof, you know, the roof is what I think makes the home so special. I just have to respectfully disagree with Meyer and with you, Madam Chair, is that I think it's the signature element. And just as architecture evolved, for instance, from Art Deco to post-war modern, architecture evolved based upon advances in technology. And I feel advances in technology here make this type of roof possible and able to be constructed. So I ask that your indulgence with this, because I believe when I saw this for first time months ago, it was the roof that stuck out in my mind as being so sensational. It reminded me of the airport in Madrid. I know it shouldn't be referring to a civic building like that, but that's the first thing I thought of.
I think they were referencing the little crowns that you have on the top, those little weird
The roof
trellis
deck
things.
situation.
Those
No,
funny.
I love the
Okay.
roof.
Yeah, we like
It's
the roof.
it's
We just
the-
don't like the little crowns that when
All
the
right.
landscaping doesn't
Maybe I was being
grow.
too sensitive.
We call it the bird
bird
cage.
cage.
Can I
We
see the
have-
bird cage? Can you go to
Yes, we have 15 feet
It's not.
from setback from the
to
border
page
of
3.
the roof. I think it's gonna be almost impossible to see it from the ground floor and from the neighbor yard, you know? Because the distance and the setback that we have from that is gonna be almost impossible to see it in perspective from the ground floor. And, well, one of the principal things that the design intent has is to, yes, include the landscape, covering and protecting the area. I think that we have the stairs, the connection, the functionality connection from the rooftop to the living area in that point.
I have a question. Actually, it was about the fence. I noticed that, so one of the impression that I get, and I think one of the reasons why people are saying, oh, this doesn't look like a house enough, is because there's so much of this screening. I find it ironic because our last applicant didn't want the screening because they didn't want they didn't feel like that people would want to look out at a screen. And here you have a home that the main living area is essentially wrapped almost uninterrupted by a screen. And then you've also put the screen as a fence on the lower level. I don't know if it also so these two main levels of screening also add to I want to say like the massiveness of the house, or maybe make it more heavy. Had you explored putting the fence closer to the sidewalk or to the street where we typically see fences to sort of open up the house?
I think that is possible without any kind of
Can we
problem.
put the presentation back up, please?
Yes. One of the
It's funny too, we get so many projects where
I'm
there's a
sorry.
huge fence and, they just want to keep everybody off the property, whereas here you have this spectacular house and then this very inviting driveway that anybody can just sort of walk up into.
Yeah, one of the ideas that we asked to design the fence in that point was to, give to the city all the front yard of the house, like an open area, to increase the distance between Alton Road and the house, and to increase the landscape there, like a urban and a natural foyer. That's the idea. We can move it, but we're going to reduce the open feeling of the house through the city. But for sure that we can maybe design it in a more favorable way without any problem. Another thing about the screens that we have in the rooms, maybe we did it in a bad way because you can open it. It's not going to be closed all the time. And by night, it's going to be like a lampshade, and it's going to change totally the perspective from the city to the house. That maybe we can include one of the views with some of the screens opening that is gonna give us more mobility and more permeable feeling from the street to the house.
Because those are all the bedrooms, right, down there?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right.
People is gonna open it and close it.
Yeah, because right now, there's nothing that shows us in the drawing that those are operable, so that's good to know, I think. Yeah.
And so how does that work? It's the entire pane or every one, or the screen is attached to
Bifold.
the,
One by one.
or sliding
Maybe, yeah, one. No.
Pivot.
out there? And the windows behind it will open?
Yes, the
to
other
access.
window is behind the screen. Yes, sorry.
I personally like the openness of the front yard and the landscaping to the street. I know that if there is no retaining wall, the building department, for permitting purposes, will require some sort of, I'll call it a French drain or something of that sort to prevent the water from the property coming into Alton. I will tell you, Alton is a state road, as I'm sure you've already learned, and the approaches do have to be in the Miami Beach red instead of white, even though it's a continuation of your driveway.
That's correct.
I have a question for my other board members. Because so much of this project is dependent on the landscaping, and that's definitely not something that I feel like I'm qualified to approve or not. Do you feel comfortable with it? Should we, get Orlando's view on it? What are the thoughts? Again, like, this is such an integral part of this design. I would feel most comfortable if we did have another expert from the board to take a look at it. Any other thoughts on that?
I agree. I just hate delaying the project or
Right.
delaying an approval or disapproval on the project, however it's gonna go.
You could
So-
bifurcate it. You could approve the bulk of the project today, and you all bifurcated
See,
landscape
but I
plan.
feel like again, like, the landscape is so integral to the design that normally I would understand. And I have to say too, I've been thinking about this a lot because in the last few months, because we've had shorter meetings, we've had to rush through some projects. And looking back, and I've gotten some feedback from, neighbors and residents that I really don't want to rush things for the sake of rushing it. I feel like, we do have an important role here for the entire community. And so, these projects need to be looked at thoroughly. So, if it's, I understand, everybody wants to get their project done quickly. I'm very sympathetic to that. But I think that we just need to be able to be as diligent as possible with our decisions and our discussion.
But my
So-
worry, Madam Chair, is that, Orlando had a severe hand injury, like, I think several, broken fingers. I don't know that he's going to be here in January. He might, but if he's not, then that means we get kicked to February.
Right. Well, I mean, the other side of the coin is that you end up creating this home and it doesn't work, or it's not at the design level that you want it to be. I mean, this is literally our job here to review all of these projects. I don't know if the board has any other thoughts on that.
Well, I think to your point, we have been thoroughly looking at, when we're showing the integral plant, or when the designer's showing the integral planners, how does that drainage work? How does the facade and all of that relationship work? And we know that some of it is embellishment to make your renderings look great. Some of it are embedded into the design proposal. But again, in your sections and in your plans, you're not showing those planters that would be integrated into the facade. You're not talking about drainage or the relationship of the plants to the other material. So I think, that, your comment is sort of part and parcel with my concern of just the constructability overall of the proposal.
I think that one of our principal, Chris Tobel, is asking permission to talk by Zoom. And I don't know if we have the opportunity to leave it.
He's our landscape architect.
No.
I don't
Cristobal is it's about constructability. It's about the member team and.
Well, I wonder too, I mean, I don't know, I'm trying to get the sense of where the wind is blowing on this. You know, do we think that this is something that we feel comfortable approving today, or is it something that needs additional study and we should do a continuance?
And I would suggest that if we, because of this month, this meeting has happened, you know, late in the month, January's early, there's no time for us to review anything before January. So any continuances today, they're going to ask for more information, should be continued to the February meeting.
Well, it also seems that the questions that Shauna has are pretty thorough and need a lot of working through. So I don't know what everybody else.
I mean, I guess I'd be willing to listen to Cristobal on, and then I'm also interested in the idea that Michael mentioned before about, you know, understanding, detailing, coming back to us. I mean, I do want to reiterate, I think it's very inspirational, the design. I think it's how we should be thinking about living in Miami. But I just think I'm at the risk of being irresponsible by just saying, oh, I want to believe you and let's move on. That's my concern at this point.
Do you want to hear from Cristobal?
Sure.
Cristobal, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, so I had my hand raised a little long ago, and just going through my notes as I was gathering some of the comments from the board. Yeah, so there are a couple of things that we had done in the past with different design reviews for other cities. And just for what it's worth, I'm just going to put my 2 cents here for the bird cages on top of the roof. These are a more safe way of an umbrella. And, you know, furniture that can be blown away by, you know, a sudden weather system coming in, moving into South Florida. And so these are, you know, very lightweight, and it's just in some instances we have provided, and this is just me saying what we've done in the previous, so some similar comments to these is, you know, we have some fabrics that are for exterior use, and you know, you put them over, and it just creates that you know, that shade that you need for using the roof area for sitting around, and that is the easiest thing to remove is the fabric, because it loops in, right, and if the fabric goes flowing away, it's, you know, the damage is a lot less than, you know, piece of furniture flying away from the roof. And that is, you know, that's basically the elements. Those are, you know, bolt into the roof structure just for safety measures. And again, we look at them as furniture and not so much as actual the roof structure, because they have no structural value to the house. And just the other couple of things with regards to the detailing and constructability of the house, we've done in the past, and this is what we do. What, you know, you say jump, and we say how high, right? And so it just so that we set the correct expectations from the board, so that we can meet those. In previous projects experience that we've had, there's only so much that vendors and manufacturers will go hand by hand with the design team until there is a contract rendered to them. And so then they can move forward and fully develop construction, you know, details. we've, in other instances, have been sufficient just to show, the design intent and general compliance with structure supports that we're planning here and there, and some overview of the manufacturer's brochure as to, their capability of the elements, the spans, the size of the elements that they can offer without going into to render a contract to them. And I think based on our track record, what we put forward for as design intent, we end up building it. We heard to, I always say the contractors that we're not here to make friends, we're here to make a building. And sometimes that attitude helps because of on the field, sometimes labor has a little pushback as when they see something different come their way. It's not necessarily not feasible, but they're not accustomed with. And I think that's when we reach out to, and Farid did it. I've been away dealing with a little bit of COVID. But that's why we reach out to companies that can stand behind their designs, and they've been of great value. And so those are the teams that I would like to reach out and request the information that you would like to see at this early stage of the design. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to put out there.
Thanks, Cristobal. Earlier, I suggested that I wanted to understand a strategy, so I completely understand that, you're not, unless you're going to pay for design assist development with a vendor, you're not going to have details at this point, but I'm just not convinced in the strategy of the longevity. But my comments are coming from a place from wanting to empower you guys as designers. I would like to see something inspirational like this to move forward. So I guess saying back to my peers, I don't want to discourage, something that's not just a white box where we can predict where the stucco is going to fail in the future already. So I want to empower you guys, but I also want to make sure that, we're doing our job. So if there's a way to approve, the proposal, but also to be able to review the strategy and details once it's developed, what is that building assembly, so that we're convinced that the integration of the planting and of this, fully exposed column and understory is going to be resilient, and so that the neighbors and everybody that's driving by enjoys it versus needing to get a hold of, a potential owner that can't be reached. I mean, I think the point of several of the comments of our jury was it's fantastical, the renderings are. It reminds me of, something like Universal Studios or Disneyland, but people are maintaining those experiences 24 hours a day. So again, I appreciate the ambition, and I just want to make sure that we are helping, that be a successful ambition.
Yeah, I just want to add that's the issue I think that I have most concern with, is that we are not Disneyland. We are a residential neighborhood. And so it just is too stark, too much of a wow, that I don't feel belongs in a residential neighborhood to this extent. I think it's a beautiful rendering and a beautiful design. Maybe you can soften it up. You have in the front, you have a trellis with greenery on what is the south side of the front wave, and then on the north side of the wave, it's no more greenery there. Maybe you can look at that and soften it, would be my recommendation. The other thing is that we talked about the second floor or the first habitable floor, where you have the wooden shutters, and that would open up maybe at the next board meeting. I'd like to see how that would look when that is opened up, if they even ever open it up, once they're living there. And then it would also give us the opportunity to have our other board member, who's the landscape knowledgeable member of the board, to take a look at this landscape, which appears to be beautiful again. And I say all these things taking into account that it would postpone the board's, your ability to move forward. But the fact is that during the month of December and January, it's difficult to move forward with anything anyways, because of the holidays. So that would be my suggestion.
Is somebody ready to make a motion to continue?
Well,
Or
but
support
we
it?
won't have the information that Shauna's requested within the deadline date for the February hearing. So what I would ask you all respectfully, based on all the effort we put into this, is approve us today, and then 6 months from now, we'll come back to this board. And that will give us sufficient time to have this information, and then Orlando hopefully will be healed by then. And we'll be able to, but to leave here today with nothing, and then, Michael's already said February, I'm not sure Orlando will be here in February, and I'm not sure that's gonna give us enough time, and I don't wanna push off this application into like limbo. I don't think that's fair to our client as well. So if y'all approve it today,
Yeah.
then we'll come back with a fixed date. 6 months from now, we'll have time.
Yeah, I saw,
What's
just so
the
you
difference
guys.
between that and a continuance? That's what I don't understand.
No, so I think what they would like to get an approval now, but have the final design and details and the construction, logistics to be reviewed and approved by the board as part of their design detailing later on. So we'd have a condition regarding that, where typically that's done at staff level, the comment would be that's to be reviewed by the board. And because it's more than 120 days, we'd have to advertise it. So we don't have to set a certain date. We can just say to be reviewed by the board. Once you guys are ready, you'll file the application. We'll advertise it, for the board. Now, if the board wants to also include landscaping as part of that, they can,
I mean, what would stop somebody if they get approval today from then not
They have to
resubmitting it?
because the condition is going to state that the board has to review the final design and details. So they can't submit for permit. It would be denied because at that point, the condition would stay, the board is reviewing it, not staff. The standard condition is staff. We would just flip that to board.
So then, if they can't apply for a permit,
It's going to take them 6 months to a year for design development and
Right.
prepare the construction documents. So 6 months, I think, is a reasonable time for them to come back with those details if they have. This is not something that they can just go out and get right away. It's probably going to take some time and some creativity with the structure and just how to apply these materials.
And this is the natural evolution of plans. You all have schematic drawings today, renderings based on the schematic drawings. Then there's always an intermediate step before you get to building permit plans. So we will be coming back to you at the intermediate step.
Yeah, I think
You know,
especially
I-
for this parcel, drainage of the roof, how the water's gonna drip down the side, what you have to make sure that you don't have the water, color or stain your materials. All these are all gonna be part of your construction documents, and that would be for the board to review. And of course, then at the time, the board is looking at those details and can fine tune in terms of the depth of the structure or the finishes of it. So we're pretty comfortable, as long as the board is comfortable with the overall mass and design, having them come back to the board to review those details.
Michael, I hear what you're saying, and I apologize, I made a mistake. I was at the roof that has the trellis with the greenery is in the back, not the front. And it appears to be a softer, more inviting than the solid wood or the solid structure of the roof line. I just think that the greenery and the landscaping in this project is so important and crucial that to not have the board have Orlando look at it, and I don't think Orlando's hand is going to keep him 6 months from looking at this.
I think the board, the landscape plan could come back. We've also had conditions where the plans are bifurcated and the landscape plans are reviewed also by the board. So we're comfortable with that. I think what he wants to get at is an assurance that the structure, the form is what's been approved, and all these details are coming back to the board to be reviewed and approved.
All right, and that's pretty normal. We don't have any issue with that. That's just the way design evolves.
And we are recommending, sort of make sure that if the board wants to approve of those conditions, we are recommending that the overall height be reduced by 8 inches. We understand it may not be so discernible, but we are recommending an 8-inch reduction in the overall height because this is an RS4 district. It's not RS3, RS2, or RS1. So we think that's a minor adjustment that the applicant can make.
Yeah, the roof, the bird cages are 10 feet high based on your plans?
Those are allowable height encroachments.
Okay.
It's like a trellis structure. So at that point, I think if somebody wants to make a motion either to approve and then have the landscape plan and those details back to the board, or else to continue the whole application at this point.
I guess I'll make a motion. Oh, you can, no, you I'll make a motion to approve the design as proposed with bifurcating the landscape and the landscape coming back in February for review. And I'd say a date in 6 months where we have more details and more of a solid strategy for the roof, drainage, the materials of the exposed columns and exposed roof.
I think that's fair.
Second.
I would, if I could add a friendly amendment to, I agree with Myra. I think that the roof structure takes away from it, and I'd like to explore either simplifying the not the structure itself, but the roof garden, all the seating and the bird cage. I very strongly feel that your design would be enhanced without that this is such a tall structure that you do have, the residents are gonna have incredible views, and that the roof structure, the roof garden elements are really sort of take away from the beauty of, sort of the elegance of the gesture of the roof. So
We understand that. We'll explore that. They're stairwell bulkheads. They were just done in a very innovative way, but we'll make them more common, so that's fine.
Okay, so basically, with Shauna's motion, it'd be to continue to approve the overall design. The landscape plan will be continued to the February meeting, and the details regarding the rooftop structures, as well as the construction details and design details of the home, would come back to the board at a later date for review and approval. So that motion was made by Ms. Myers. Ms. Myers, seconded by Mr. Agopian. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Great.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That motion passes 5-1.
Can I make one more comment too? I just want to say that I know it keeps being said that I'm asking for like details today, and I just want to be clear. Because this is innovative, I'm just not even hearing a plausible strategy. So I think it would have come differently if you would have come here with us with not, full details of how this is going to be constructed, but just a plausible strategy of the behavior of this building enclosure. So I just want to say that I'm not asking for details in a schematic level.
Shauna, do you mean like a strategy to construct it, like from ground up, or what? What are you meaning?
Well, like when, in those building sections, when they cut through these columns, it doesn't show, okay, this is my concrete, it's wrapped in this phenolic material, that material is layered,
That's
it's
helpful.
like, what is happening? It's not,
I agree.
it doesn't exist right now. And so I'm just, and I'm not looking for like construction details level today, but just, okay, it's a breathable facade of, it is real wood, or it is this phenolic cast, and, here are some of the components, and here's how one column might go together and how water will drain, so just those kinds of strategies.
That makes sense to me.
We're
Thank
going to
you.
include it.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think we're gonna take maybe a quick, maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes? Okay, maybe a 5-minute recess.
Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back to the December 11th meeting of the Design Review Board. We're now going to continue on to our next item, which is DRB 20-0593, 1915 Normandy Drive.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 20-0593, 1915 Normandy Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story multifamily building, including one or more waivers to replace an existing single-family residence. This was continued as of September 5th, 2023, October 11th, 2023, and November 13th.
So just so the board knows, this was continued due to some technicalities with payment of the application fees, not because the board had seen the project and continued in the past. So this is the first time that the board is actually looking at the application. The design waiver that the applicant's requesting is for the ground floor clearance of the garage. The code requires 12 feet from minimum freeboard to the underside of the slab. They're asking for 10 feet. That's a waiver, and that's something that has been typically granted for other projects. We're supportive of that waiver. We are supportive of the application. We do have a few recommendations. We are recommending that the overall color palette for the exterior finishes be lightened up. We are recommending that there be robust landscaping in the proposed planters. We are recommending that the garage be revised to be fully screened with a combination of louvers or other architectural features. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant for the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edgar Fontanez. I'm the architect of record for Eco Urban Designs, and I'm representing the RV Group, LLC. They're the owners. So we are excited about this project on Normandy Drive. As stated, it's a 5-story, 6-unit loft residential building. So each unit, there are 4 loft units on the front of the street and 2 micro loft units on the rear property. The front facade will contain a porch area, which will contain a lounge and a place for residents to sit and have visual access of the neighborhood, and that we feel that opens up not only the visual observance of the neighborhood for safety, but increases public interest. The materials proposed for the construction are reinforced concrete for the base, and that the 4 stories, or actually the 4 levels above, will be CFS cold form steel, about 6 inches deep with insulation. That would be installed, fabricated here in Miami, and delivered on site as panels. So we'll
Do you have a presentation to bring up too? Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yes.
I would just before, I would say for the board, if you click on the file, it says plans, which I don't know why the presentation's just this one sheet, but there is a set of, which I would consider the presentation more than that one sheet.
Yeah, we wanted to keep it brief.
Yeah, good, but yeah, but the plans part shows you the finished board and all the things you would normally want to see. So.
Yeah, apologize for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
maybe we could bring up the plans as opposed to just, or is this your presentation?
yeah, I just have two slides.
Okay.
To present.
Yeah. Okay.
I think if we could bring up in Novus, yeah, it's called Plans 09-05-23.
All right, thanks. Were there any questions on the front of the side?
I think if you just
Okay.
walk us through your sheets from the plans.
Oh, sure.
And just give an overview as we go through the documents.
So this is the site plan. The location, it's on Normandy Drive and Rue, Granville. Across the street on the south side of Normandy, it's a four-story structure.
Very familiar.
The ground floor will contain 5 parking spaces, 1 ADA, 1 egress stair, and 1 elevator. The amenities will be a pool and barbecue area on the rear yard with a ADA toilet, bathroom serving that. And the front will have a porch entry, which will allow access to the first 2 loft spaces, loft units. So on the right is the stair accessing the front 2 terraces that can gain entry into Unit 1 and Unit 2. These are 3 2s facing the front of the street, and Unit 3 is a micro loft, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. That's the first floor mezzanine level. So the mezzanine levels will contain a master bedroom with a full bath on each of the units. This is the rooftop, which will contain also amenities, a outdoor kitchen, and a spa, and the lounge area. Also proposed are photovoltaic panels, and RTUs will be mounted on that level. So this is a cross-section on the right of the loft units, facing Normandy Drive. That cross-section on the right is through the micro units on the rear of the property. We try to keep the elevations playful with different window types and setbacks and of the structure. These are views showing the entry porch area. And these are the materials that we're proposing at this stage of the design. The right mezzanine view is a cut through the loft space. And that'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? I see no one's hands are online.
And there's nobody online with their hand raised?
Excellent. I'm going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for comment.
Great, I'll start really quick. Very familiar with this neighborhood and what's happening, the way the zoning is allowing projects like this. Just a couple of really quick questions, that just logistics. So there's 6 units?
Correct.
But you have 5 parking spaces. That's,
Yeah. Correct.
That's just,
Well,
allowed by the code and everything, Michael? Yeah.
Yeah, based upon the lot width, because, one of the issues with developing small lots can sometimes be parking on a site. So for lots less than 65 feet in width, there is no required parking.
Got you, okay.
Michael, I'm sorry, aren't there other requirements from other departments besides planning, like HUD and parking, and maybe building, that based on the square footage of a unit, you have to have so many parking spaces?
Not if
or-
not if parking's not required. However, if parking is provided on a site, they will have to meet accessibility requirements in terms of, like, for example, if you only provide one parking spot, that probably has to be an accessible parking spot to meet those requirements.
Right, so HUD and other departments,
Just the
agencies.
building department will be reviewing it in terms of accessibility. And for example, based upon the number of spaces, they will require that a minimum number be accessible. If
But
parking is
aside from the
provided.
accessibility issue, I'm talking about just the number of spaces to service
No,
the
only,
6
that's
units.
only planning.
Okay.
So if they do not have to provide any parking here, and they wouldn't be required to by another agency if planning doesn't require
And
it.
there is parking, I assume, on the street, on Normandy Drive?
I mean, there's parking available if we don't dictate any longer for these types of lots that they provide parking. Somebody could buy a unit. We also don't dictate that each unit gets a parking spot. The developer could assign and sell all parking spaces to one unit. We don't get involved in terms of that level of detail.
So I actually think you've done a really neat job of creating some very interesting small apartment condo units.
Thank you.
You know, you have a very limited space, obviously, right here. So this is a little bit of a formulaic approach to how you have to do this. But I think I think it's nice that all the units have like this vaulted space, and the way you've articulated the windows, and I don't know, I kind of get it, and I love this front porch idea, and there's like these little moments for getting together, whether it's downstairs at the pool in the spa or up on the roof. I think you've created, I could kind of see the residents, you know, maybe all getting to know each other just because you've created spaces that would allow them to gather, like
absolutely,
even the
yes.
front porch, which is basically kind of like an unutilized occupiable space, but it's there and it expresses itself to the street, and I kind of get that whole vibe in this neighborhood too. It's a very kind of family-friendly neighborhood, so I could imagine like a young couple or a young family kind of getting this, you're using volume, cubic feet instead of square feet, I think, to create space, which is really nice. And I'm glad we were able to get everybody to look at your package, because it really explains the way things are laid out. The way you've kind of done this funny orange color in your sections is actually makes it very clear what your volumes are doing and how the spaces are. So, and I actually think the materiality you've proposed is kind of fun. I sort of like this funny detail you're doing with the window mullions, it looks like, at the front to kind of articulate diagonals. I hope that's something that you're actually going to articulate through the actual mullions of the window.
Yes, we're proposing forming that out of CFS, co-form steel.
Okay.
And attaching it to.
Yeah,
to the
sure.
walls,
Yeah. Yeah, so I think this would be a great addition to the neighborhood. I've seen some other buildings like this that I think are not quite as successful as this one is as far as layout, and thanks for putting in all that energy to get everything in there, because I know it's a lot. It's
Thank
hard.
you.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, I also like the playfulness of this, and this is definitely something that I picked up when reviewing it. I will say this, though, I think that playfulness is expressed very well along the sides and on the rear, but the front facade feels very top-heavy to me, and I think that an almost sort of dour, which I don't seem to feel like is really what you're trying to express. It very much feels like two different buildings. And I did want to encourage you to get playful with the front as well. I do think it's that giant, heavy frame that is really conveying that effect, and then maybe the section that says Normandy lots, like you have these very, thin, colorful, bright, fun elements on the other facades, and then you have these very thick, heavy elements on the front. And I would certainly like to see the playfulness continue. I do think that's what makes the building really fresh and interesting, and such a positive contribution to the neighborhood. I would also, and I didn't I wasn't able to really, the colors on the back and is that paint or what material is that?
That will be
The
paint,
details.
yes.
Details. I've lived in Miami Beach for a long time, and I have a fondness for when all the Art Deco buildings were painted in so many different colors and all the details, and it really sort of brought a certain life to the city. And it's been, a little disappointing for me to see now everything is just sort of painted white and very neutral. So when I see this, so much of the personality of this building is brought to it by the use of color. I would like to see these details not painted, but be a tile or something similarly permanent, so that subsequent owners will not come in and take away the details that is really making this building so special.
We can certainly consider that in our construction documentation phase and call out for
Yeah.
either tile finish, or there's some composite wood also, composite material hardy board that we come
Permanent
close to
color,
colors.
yeah.
We can
It-
submit
yeah.
that for review.
It's funny that Jason mentioned the little porch in the front, because I thought that to me I wasn't quite convinced that will be used as designed. Normandy Isle is a very, very busy street, and sitting street side isn't the most pleasant experience. I could see how the rooftop would be utilized as a wonderful common space. But I wasn't quite sure, I kept asking myself if maybe a planter would be more successful in that space. I don't know who's really gonna sit there, but obviously my opinion was, I don't know what everyone else, but it's funny that you brought that up, because I was like, oh, I don't really know. And then my final comment, I really like so basically I think that the front facade needs to be reworked. And as part of that, I do really like the garage door that you have shown here with the windows and the slats. But that I would say, it all needs to be reworked and approved, and please include exactly the garage door that you are gonna use, because I've seen really fantastic projects completely ruined by terrible garage doors. So that's definitely something that, we need to take into consideration for
Yeah,
that.
the door you're showing, does that exist?
Yes.
The one you show in the spec? Because
Correct.
that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, yes. So
Yeah.
We'll indicate that in the construction docs with the manufacturer
It's got the NOA
and
in
the
it.
website.
Anybody else comment?
Yes, I'd like to make a few comments. I'm going to go back to the parking, because I think it's extremely important that people have a place to park other than the street, which may not always have availability when they come home from work or play or wherever they come from. And at the same time, I agree that having that social area in the front of the building by the Normandy Drive side is nice. I don't know that it would be highly used because of the noise and the traffic on Normandy Drive, which is, I believe, 3 lanes at this time, heading westbound. I do think that maybe more seating area can be incorporated around the pool, leaving that social area by Normandy Drive for maybe some additional parking. And I bring in the issue of parking because in the past, when Miami Beach was developed, buildings were built and there was no requirement for parking, as apparently there is not today as well. And so residents and HOAs and everyone else comes to the city saying, well, where are these people going to park? An example is exactly here in the North Beach area on Bay Drive, where you have all these apartment buildings along the canal that were built without any parking. At least here you have 5. And the residents have nowhere to park. And it takes away from the value of the building, the value of the condominiums. But more importantly, it becomes a nightmare for people coming home and not having a place to put their car. So I make those suggestions because This will turn into a city problem, and it should not be. We have the opportunity here to incorporate parking, bicycle racks, anything else, and maybe you can look into that. Michael, this is a 50-foot wide lot, but the side setbacks are only required to be 5 feet? Or
For parking.
10?
Then 7.5 feet for the building.
Okay, all right.
And just
Thank you.
one, if I could just note, the front terrace, the front porch there, that serves as access, like a private access for the units in front. So we don't see maybe people hanging out on the ground floor, but we do think it's a nice amenity to be able to walk out your front and down the stairs, to have direct access to the street versus having to go, in the elevator towards the back of the building. So we think that is a nice amenity. I think if they wanted to rework it to provide another parking space and still have the stair, that could be something that could be worked out administratively too, because I think they could provide either a spiral stair or something else that can get you to the upper floor in a more compact manner and still provide another parking spot.
I agree with that, because the bigger amenity is how comfortable are you going to be when you get to your place. You have to access the door, but you also have to have a place for the car. Thank you.
Yes, another point regarding parking. We designed this so that in the future, if the owner wants to put double parking lifts, so you can actually double from
As the
5 to
height.
10 units. And that would be, decision that the owner, but we've designed it so that we'll have, the electric junction boxes there for future installation of lifts.
That's very good, but however, we only have 5 parking spaces, 6 units, so there's gonna be a unit without parking.
Well,
And I don't know that anybody's not gonna have a car.
well, not everyone travels by car these
Well,
days,
and
but
I think
we
that-
have space for motor, scooters and.
I think that's
that we could-
probably a process of changing codes, right? So as cities try to explore their urban environment and say, how do we not become car dependent? So I think, having the developer provide the 5 spots or make, that decision to do them on their own, I think it's something to explore. So I know it could be a challenge, but I think it's also trying to figure out who we are as a city and say, can we, be more bikeable, walkable, public transit and such. So, and I just want to follow up on your comment earlier about the playfulness. And I think that's something that I definitely am learning to love about architecture after being in Miami for a while, and especially being on this board, is that, and part of the conversation we had from the last project is what looks like Miami, what is Miami, what could and should Miami be. But I think in this project proposal, where we're all trying to understand what is the new Miami that's allowed to be built with these, increased upzoning. But I think the idea of the tile and the playful colors that, sort of play an ode to what is there and what's, in the past, I agree with that recommendation completely. So I think that there could be, I think it also helps these elements that you're showing on some of the renderings not just feel so applied, but yet they actually are an integral part of the design experience. So where might, a tile or a clay or something that's brightly colored turn the corner or be found around a window or whatever. So I agree with that comment completely.
Another point I wanted to mention regarding the parking and the porch area, I think to sacrifice the front and add a parking space there, I think would definitely take away from that front experience of entering the building for the first 2 units, and also providing an area where vigilance and a gathering could take place. Is everyone going to want to go there? No, but it allows them a space to watch a game or listen to some music in that.
That will
lounge.
not be possible because of the noise from Normandy Drive, of the vehicles going by. With all due respect, that just isn't possible. Just like public transportation, we do not have it in Miami Beach, and it's not coming anytime soon. We just don't have it. And
I wouldn't-
not everybody can get to work by bike, especially people buying condos or units in this building. You know, they're gonna need a car, because most of them may not work anywhere nearby. If they can walk, if they can take a bike, I'm sure they will, but not, the majority of the people do not have that accessibility to their jobs. And we are Miami Beach. We are the engine of Dade County. I'm very territorial, and, but we are the engine for Dade County. And this is Miami Beach. We are different from all the municipalities around us, and all the municipalities around us are different from us. And so I just, in my heart, I know that it is very difficult. This city has been faced with a tremendous amount of issues concerning lack of parking for condominiums not having enough or not having any at all. That's why I bring it up.
Thank you. Scott, do you have any comments? Okay. I actually have some questions. I'm studying the renderings. I have some questions about the materials that you're using. It's, let's see, I'm looking at page 26 of these plans. There's something called a southwest view. It seems like there's this column, I think it's the stairwell, that is green.
Yes.
What is that, again, wrapped in paint, or it almost
Yeah, that
looks
would
like there's a
be
texture
kind-
to it?
Yeah, texture, like a, probably, I was considering originally a oak leaves. We'll have to study that, but we wanted to kind of give it a green look to it, add a green texture. So it's not a paint, it's maybe an AstroTurf type of material, which would probably be more maintenance-free.
Interesting. And then what about the screening around the parking lot? Is there a screen that you can sort of read it, or what's?
Yeah, that screening, I mean, we'll address that in the construction docs.
So typically, we do see a materials board, and all of these details are worked out at this stage. I also had a question too, I don't know if you can see it. In the rear, so that you're proposing a screening along, you know, I guess the west side, and then it comes around, and it looks like by the pool, there's sort of this, like this bar. I don't know, where did I see oh yeah, it on that, I don't know if you could bring up that page 26, but there's a pool view, and it's hard to tell, is that this bar by the pool then looking directly onto the parking lot, or is the screen there as well? It's just a little hard to tell. Yeah, it's the top central picture.
Yeah, that's a screen that will screen the parking.
So when you're
From the
sitting
bar.
on that banquette, are you going to be able to see into the parking lot, or?
Yeah, it'll be probably maybe a 50-50 screen that'll allow you visual access into the parking, but not completely. Provide some type
Yeah.
of buffer.
I mean, I was going to make the suggestion, and I think, you know, Myra hit on it before, but that would be, that by the pool would be a nice moment to have the social gathering space, and then rather than having that sort of banquet, just making that be where you have the couches facing out to the pool as opposed to the bar stools facing into the parking lot.
We can certainly reconfigure that design without encroaching on that
Yeah.
parking space. We could definitely rework that.
I mean, people
Mhm.
are going to want to sit around there too, and again, that becomes a nice private gathering space that's probably a lot less loud, and yeah, where all the neighbors can sort of get together. And for me, that would be a better gathering spot and
Sure.
something to work through.
We can definitely detail that to accommodate those concerns.
Does anybody have a question? Yeah, Shauna?
Just the landscaping, we were just mumbling back here, but the landscaping on the sides to buffer from those what appear to be single-family residents, is there anything other than, I think is it like a 5-foot hedge there, or 4-foot hedge? I can't.
Yeah, it's a 5-foot
Okay.
But that would have landscaping.
And then you have the palms, okay.
I have a couple questions. One on the, trying to prop you up for the alternative modes of transportation, and maybe they'll be required, but I don't see any sort of bike racks.
That would be required. One of the conditions for the reduced parking requirement is that they have secure parking for alternative modes of transportation such as bicycles and scooters.
And I'm bringing that up just because, especially, you know, with these understories and with this sort of 6-unit being developed on this lot size, every inch matters, right? So if we're not thinking about those things now, then they could get shoved in an awkward corner where it's not going to be conducive for, you know, the residents to actually use them. And I just want to build on some of the comments about the ground floor plan. Looking at the landscape plan, I do feel like there could be a lot. I'm not convinced by the landscape plan at all. I'm not a landscape architect, as I think we've all mentioned. We're missing our landscape architect today, but you know, we've talked a lot about when you raise, I think you're, raising 4 feet? So you come in the driveway, you go up 4 feet, and then there's this, you know, again, I know you're gonna have to go through review and it'll be required, but just, again, understanding strategies. So I'm not seeing the landscape isn't really working for you in terms of drainage, in terms of, you know, acting as a buffer, I think you were mentioning, or softening the building, you know, to just sort of throw 7, maybe those are the palm trees, you know, there. I think we all know that they don't do much for us in terms of shade or really softening the building edge. So I think that there could be a much more integral thought in terms of the landscape. What, can you tell me what could you bring up the landscape plan? TD5 and TD7, I'm looking for oh, there they are. No, what, I don't understand. There's only one sheet, if I'm looking at the correct landscape plan, but none of the call-outs are actually labeled on this sheet. So I don't really understand what's being proposed. This one was from a while ago, but maybe that, because it's never been presented, I'm assuming that's the current one.
Yeah, I'm not even sure there's really any landscaping shown adjacent on the side yards to the wall that's there, so at least I don't see it in this plan. I mean, I'm not a landscape architect, but
Yes, we have,
yeah, I just see pavers and palm trees that are sort of stuck in the
Planted in
middle
the
of
pavers.
pavers. So I don't know if there's a more recent plan, but I definitely, if we're gonna
yes,
go,
we have foliage along the walkways, and we've actually, the plan you're probably seeing doesn't show, we removed that pavement and put more foliage along the side yards, besides the trees.
yeah, I'd say if we're gonna go there, we definitely wanna make sure that they work with staff for a fully evolved, more landscaped plan than we see here. I think, which would include ground cover, low, medium, and high, you know.
Yeah, and I noticed that you did have a question about the landscaping, the balcony planters.
Right.
Which planters are the balcony? Is it on the front?
Yes,
Ah,
yes.
because it seems like in the rear, it's all glass. And
Yeah,
are there any
rear
on the
is
side?
glass, and the front will have the planters. The front terraces will have planters.
I feel like, I don't, Myra, do you have any more comments, or Sam, or? I feel like there's a lot that has to be addressed here, and I certainly would feel comfortable voting for a continuance. I'm not sure if the board feels the same, or would like to make a motion.
I agree. I think you did a phenomenal job in trying to put within the lot size, these 6 units. But I think enhancement to the landscaping, a look at that front seating area, which is really the entrance to the front apartments, maybe utilizing that space for an additional parking space. And I think they had other issues that they brought up would serve you. I don't know how long it would take you to do that. And
So we'd
when
have
they
to,
could come
any
back.
continuance with any plan changes would have to be to the February 6th meeting. We would need to have revised plans by January 8th.
Is anyone, and I concur with staff's analysis, that, you know, practical difficulties warrant the grant of the requested variances. I guess the question is, well, I mean, waivers are part of design. I mean, is there any way we could vote on the variances and have them come back with, you know, with a new design, or?
Actually, this one only is a waiver.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong Normandy Drive application, my apologies. Okay, well then, strike that. Okay, well, unless anyone else has comments, I move to continue to,
February 6th.
Yeah, that's,
We can also, so to add to the list, Myra started to say, in addition to looking at the parking, reworking the front seating area, I would encourage you to rework all of the public spaces, you know, back by the pool as well as the front, examining, and also, we would definitely need an exact materials board of, you know, what is the screening gonna look like? What material is that made of? What is this green column gonna be? The color, you know, as specific as possible, and then also reworking the front facade so that it expresses the same sort of playfulness that the rest of the building expresses. Were there any other comments?
I'd like to object to the requirement of a parking space as.
I understand, because we would like to say that that's not a design review requirement, so I don't think the board can require them to provide that parking space. It's not a criteria for review, so I know it was a comment.
Maybe to explore, because I do think that additional parking would be like a selling point, you know, but we can't require it. But just as part of the continuance of something that we'd like to see is there a way to, you know, just explore it?
I've tried putting 6 units on, but because I'm required to put an ADA unit, that kind of took 2 spots. So the site is very tight for additional parking, and it's, you know.
Are you
the
okay
only
with the
place-
February date for continuance and giving us plans, revised plans by January 8th?
Yeah, that's kind of too short notice. Yeah.
Or we can do the
March?
continuance till the March meeting, March 5th, which would then give you until, let's see. We'd have revised plans by February 13th for the March 5th.
Can I address those revisions with an approval today of the general
No,
architecture?
that'd be different. So if the board were to make a motion to approve it, they could approve, but then have to bring back all those details. Right now, the board has made a motion to continue.
I second it.
So wait, who made the motion to continue?
I did.
Mr. Sheldon, seconded by
Smeyer.
Shauna, to continue to the March meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's continued to the March meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're gonna take a lunch recess now. So we'll be back in, I think, by 1 o'clock, or 5 to 1.
See you at 1 o'clock.
much.
Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the December 11th meeting of the DRB. We are going to continue the meeting with DRB number 23-0948, 801 West 41st Street.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0948, 801 West 41st Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the exterior modifications to the ground floor of the existing building. This was continued on October 11th.
And the board may remember that one of the primary reasons for the continuance was concerning the location of the ADA lift, which was located far removed from the entrance on the west side of the site. The applicant has since moved this now next to the main entrance on the east side of the site. And with that, we are recommending that we are supportive of the revised location and recommending approval of the application.
And before we proceed, I would like to ask the board whether you have received any ex parte communications in regarding this application.
I had a conversation with the applicants.
All right, thank you for disclosing. Please proceed.
Yeah, I got a text from the applicant's counsel just to make sure that I would be here today. Full disclosure.
Okay. Good afternoon, barely. Members of the board, staff, Mickey Marrero from the law firm Burke Howardell Fernandez Larkin and Tampanis, here on behalf of 15 Group, the owners of 801 Arthur Godfrey. With me today, Oscar Venegas from OTJ Architecture, and Paul Jankowski and James Duke from 15 Group. As Michael mentioned, we were here in October, couldn't get back before you in November because there wasn't enough time to get the revisions done with the dates. But one of the main issues was the relocation and more consideration on the ADA lift, which we have done. In addition, there were other comments that the board made that we as a team took to heart, and we got together and really, I say we as I'm the lawyer that had very little to do with it, but the design team got together and found ways to address those concerns, and hopefully we've reached a point where it satisfies the board and we can move forward with this project. I can tell you with regard to the ADA, and Oscar will go into a little more detail, there was talk of, when it was looking on the west back corner of the building, that it was closer to the parking, but in fact, we looked at it a little closer. Yeah, to actually go from the parking to that lift, you have to kind of walk around anyway. So taking everybody's comments to heart, it made more sense to move it where we have it now. We believe it's a perfect location on the very east side towards the front on 41st Street in a way that it matches folks that are coming with someone that needs the accessibility. They can arrive at generally the same location and find themselves in the lobby just about the same time. So with that, I appreciate everybody's comments. The last time, we think it's made for a better project. I'd like to pass it to Oscar so he can go over these changes with you. And if we can get our presentation onto the screen. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. And again, I appreciate your comments from previous meeting. I look into the three main concerns. One of them mentioned by Mickey, which was the ADA lift location. But it also came with the arrival point, wayfinding, approach, and accessibility, right? So with our conversations, we sort of took to heart and analyzed the site to understand how people approach this building. And knowing that the fact in the future 41st Street is going to go through a major change to be a more pedestrian-friendly street, we consider not only arrival via car or public transportations, such as the bus or any other services. And in this map, I'm showing the three main points of arrival to our building, to the entrance, which is on the 41st Street. So the first one will be the private parking that 15 Group owns, the bus stop, and the possible location where somebody can get dropped off. So sort of this way we analyzed and understood that we needed to find a midpoint between these three possible locations. So as shown in the proposed ADA lift, as shown as a green dot, that's how we came about this location. Moving on, I think you guys are gonna get really excited about the fact that we are sort of also addressing an issue which was the massiveness at the street level as you approach either from the bus stop or the parking lot. What we did is we sort of carved out that existing planter and we provided a pedestrian and public space. Not only works as a great way of sort of like bring down the scale and also sort of like reducing the amount of covering that was there, and sort of felt like intimidating to approach the building. What we did is sort of like we created this more friendly and approachable building, and not only for people with accessibility, but also people walking down, just passing by, and maybe helping create this moment where you could take a rest, or you could take a moment to enjoy and experience this space that we're providing to the public as well. So one of the things that we talked about and some of the concerns was materiality, and some sort of like comments were about using wood, but at the same time not consider wood. So what we did, but something that was really important was sustainability. So using aluminum extrusions, I think in a way emphasizes all those components, since aluminum is recyclable and also durable, and for the also maintenance-wise is very good. So we stay away from using sort of wood slats, and we just went through a series of different material studies, and we decided just to go with aluminum extrusions and aluminum fence or screening. Moreover, I guess the idea of creating this experience not only for the person arriving or going to the destination on the elevated area, where is through the stairs, but also to the A-lift, sort of like kind of combine them and give them some sort of wayfinding idea. So this picture sort of tells you, like, if you arrive to this corner condition, it also tells you there's a path somewhere else that sort of is dictated by the new path that we created for the ADA lift. Now, something that it was also mentioned before I move on from this screen or this picture is the column. Sort of, it was, right now existingly, let me go back, it's a, you can see at the lower left corner, sort of this right now is is the only column that is sort of like expressed down the ground, and what we wanted to do is sort of keep that element and celebrate it as I think the architect's intention was sort of create this celebration in that column. And what we did is by us cutting down the planter and pushing that back and leaving this sort of corner condition and this only column sort of like showcasing by itself, it kind of celebrates that, right? We remove the paint, yes, but in a way we're letting the structure itself be the one that tells us the story. Now, again, what we're trying to do here is provide not only a public space, but it's also a gathering space for anybody's use and for the future use of 41st Street. Of course, it's going to be well lit to make sure it's nice and safe. As you approach from the parking lot, I think it's a very nice approach, and also it ties down to what's happening in the lobby, what we're doing in the above level, to sort of like start integrating the material and start bringing it in, and also help like sort of tell a story of what you're going to expect as you approach the building. And last but not least, one of the comments was the screening sort of like rhythm that we had. And what we did here, sort of we sort of like brought it down and make it more simple. And we sort of started to respect the pattern and the grid that is existing to the facade. And we kept it very minimal. And the idea of sort of creating these levels of garden, even though it's not that many levels, but by cutting down the planter and sort of like creating like different heights, it softens the amount of concrete or brutalism that is existing to the street level. Again, one of the comments was sort of try to depict in the existing conditions. I try to use as close as possible the existing palms and the existing conditions. Right now they're very, very low. They're not yet mature enough. But this is more or less what you're gonna experience. So it feels like more like a garden rather than you approaching this brutal building. And as they grow, probably they're gonna start exposing more the screening, and you're still gonna have that softened edges, or what we were trying to do, soften that concrete as you move up or look up. Last but not least, it sort of tells you the scale and the rhythm of the screenings. And well, this is the landscape plan to more or less tell you what's being proposed there. And ultimately, I think with this approach, we were able to adhere to your concerns, and not only, but also address future of 41st Street, and also implement future use for that sort of exterior corner condition.
Thank you, Oscar. So with that, that concludes our presentation. We hope we address some of your concerns, and we would welcome your comments and hopefully your approval today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak or comment on this? I don't see anybody available online.
There's nobody online with their hand raised?
Excellent. Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for discussion.
Yeah, I'll start. Sure. Yeah, so I mean, I'm really happy with what I see, and I hope you guys are too. I mean, I think it was worth the kind of go back and really look at it programmatically, which really kind of then informed how you ended up with the way this looked, and eroding that corner it's like a game changer for the building. And just this little shift in the palette, I think, also has created a really, it looks like a really sophisticated building to me right now. And I think that's where you kind of wanted it to be. Like, you've kind of boiled it down to a few key things, and this tonality that you have, and this kind of, I guess, honesty of material that you're using is a kind of a very modern approach. And I think it's a complete transformation of that corner and of your building, while you're addressing all these other programmatic needs that really were not addressed when the building was even designed. I'm not even sure why it was done that way in the first place. But so I'm really happy with what I see. I love this little outdoor corner, like freeing up the corner, which then accentuates the column. I totally get kind of what you're doing there, and I think it works really, really well. I think the owner of the building will be very happy to pay for this improvement and see what it does. So I think it's money well spent to do these interventions. They're subtle in some ways, but then they're so dramatic by the combination of them. So good job.
Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I was very pleasantly happy to see these drawings yesterday, and looks great, and I'm excited. I would motion to approve, but I don't know if we need to talk more. Everybody.
I was just going to say, I too think that this is fantastic, and I like the choice of the aluminum. I think that it's very sort of the period, and I think, it was very, it works really, really well. I had a quick question, and the aluminum leading up along to the lift, is there a bit of a pattern in it? It wasn't quite clear from the designs.
So if you could pull up the screen, I could more or less tell you. So those are fins, right? And within the fins, you're able to put light. So we can accentuate not only for wayfinding, but at night it will also create sort of like this wayfinding, and you could play with that. You could also add wood pieces if you want. It's very playful.
Yeah.
But the material itself, I think by being a fence and with the shadow it will cast, it will transform during the day. It will look very nice all the time.
No, I think that that's really great, and this was a great sort of freshening of the building, and actually using light in that way also is, something nice and fresh. My one recommendation is, I would just say well, let me ask you a question. The hedges that we see in the rendering, which does look exactly like those awkward hedges, are those going to be removed, or that's going to stay?
That's city property. So
On the
that's
other.
something that we could potentially.
So, I mean, the hedge right in front of the wall, is that gonna stay too? I mean, maybe like.
Oh
the
yeah, I
next-
mean that's still city properties.
Ah,
So
oh.
so we are zero line. So
Okay. So I would just, I know the rendering it sort of translates a little weird. I was hoping, and I think you mentioned that you were trying with the landscaping, at least on the planner, to get it be a little bit softer. It was funny, like my inclination would be to see it more maybe trailing down. I don't know if that's something, it's definitely not gonna hold up my approval, but it was just something that I was thinking would be nice to
Okay.
have it, because you have this expansive wall. Yeah, just something nice to explore.
And maybe when the city's guy is out there with this hedge trimmer trying to make these into box hedges, you can be like, hey, can you do a little, make them look a little bit more organic?
Something, yeah. Well, even along, I guess it's like well, you said you're gonna infill the Calusia. Yeah, any other comments? Yeah, good. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I move to approve the application.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much.
And
Enjoy
I
the rest
also
of your
wanted
day.
to thank you for, taking our comments seriously. I feel like this is the best, this is exactly what we're here to do, to help, take a project and make it,
and I do appreciate your comments as well.
so
Thank
thank you for that.
Thank you all.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 22-0897.
All right, the next item on the agenda is ZRB 22-0897, 1656, 1680 Alton Road, 1677 West Avenue, 1698 Alton Road, and 1681 to 1683 West Avenue, 1245 Lincoln Road, and abutting portions of Alton Court. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 7-story mixed-use office building on the main parcel, including one or more waivers and a variance from the maximum allowed building height and the minimum height required for the ground floor clearance to replace all existing structures on the main parcel and the retention of the existing structures on the north parcel and south parcel. This application was approved on October 11, 2023, with the exception of the variance for the ground floor clearance.
Thanks, Giselle. As the board may remember, when this was before you 2 months ago, it was discovered that the applicant had designed the project based upon the code that was in place until recently, which only required a maximum ground floor clearance from the design flood elevation of 12 feet. Since the applicant originally submitted the plans back in December and has been proceeding with revisions and changes over time, our new resiliency code has been adopted, which requires now a height of 14 feet from the design flood elevation. The overall height and appearance of the building has not changed since you saw it last month. It's just a measure of where we start the measurement of building height. So we do believe that this does meet the intent of the resiliency code and does provide sufficient clearance to adapt by street raising. In our report, we feel that this gives flexibility to allow additional 5 feet of raising of the street elevation without impacting the building. So we are supportive of the variance and are recommending approval.
Good.
And before we proceed, I just want to clarify whether you received any ex parte communications regarding this application? None of you? Okay, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez with Office of Greenberg Traurig on behalf of BH Alton LLC, the applicant. And thank you again. We were here before you in October. You reviewed the project. The model was here. There was one glitch with the process we've been working for a year with staff, was with the resiliency code changing. There was that clearance went from 12 to 14. So the best way to show it to you is there's no mic, so I can't walk over to the mic right now, to the boards. But hello? Sorry about that. This board, the plan has not changed since what you approved and saw in October. The massing, everything is identical. The only issue was this variance that we're requesting, the staff is recommending support, that
would allow us to keep the floor ceiling height in the offices and in the floor with mechanical lifts. So it's within the envelope of the existing building. So you see, under the previous code, there was a requirement of 12 feet from freeboard, and now it's 14. So that's where the variances that we would be allowed to continue under 12 feet, which is where the code we started with for almost a year before the switch. And it really is a small point. I mean, I know you have a long agenda. You can see, this is the exhibit that you had seen before when it was 12 feet. So the rendering showing what was approved in October with the landscaping and covering the garage. And quite frankly, I'd like to take any questions if anyone has questions, because that's the extent of what I'm requesting today. This will finish our entitlements. We're looking, just so you know, as we said before, we're going for apply for demolition permits in the beginning of the year, and the project is moving forward. With that, I'll conclude, and I support the staff recommendations.
Thank you very much. Is there any members of the public wishing to speak? I don't see anyone. Anyone online?
There's nobody with their hand raised online.
We're now closing the public portion. Board comments?
Michael, why does the code require it to be at 14? What is the purpose?
Well, the intent of the code is to provide a greater ground floor clearance so that when inevitably in the future the streets and sidewalks are raised, you're still left with usable space in the ground floor. We have some instances, say in the historic district, where we have parking that was constructed below a building in the 50s or 60s with a clearance of 7.5 feet, and now you have the streets elevated next to it. There's no room for the building to elevate the understory and still provide parking. So this is for long-term. The reason is to provide long-term adaptability, and we think that the clearance provided is enough to make this building adaptable for the several decades.
Thank you. I believe that portion of Alton has already been done, though. The south end of Alton has already been done by the state.
I don't think that, yeah, it's been done in the
But
past.
West Avenue, I don't know.
But they didn't raise it. I don't think it was raised.
No, it was, and
It
it's
wasn't
not
raised,
going
right.
to be.
Right, yeah.
West Avenue, I don't know.
But it gives them the flexibility for, we're seeing 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the line. All buildings have a lifespan, and probably a commercial building has a lesser lifespan than, say, a residential condo. So we think that this is adaptable for the useful life of the building.
I have a question. Is it at its max allowable height right now?
Yes.
Yes.
And there's no option to take some of the height out of the, the third level where you have like where it says parking, and is it all just parking on that level? I see the ceiling height's pretty high there, the 13.5.
Just to, and there's also some residential within
Okay,
those
all right.
envelopes. What happened was, in the Alton district, when it allowed to go to 75 feet, it didn't really make allowances for this clearance that in other parts of the code does allow you additional room to address it. So we had to apply for a 3-foot variance. We did cut from different floors already to get the building approved. And then unfortunately, basically by a month of our final submittal, as the new code kicked in, it was one of those changes that were buried in the new resiliency code. And when we became aware of it, it was already after notice. Now, if we had to.
I was going to add too that although we're talking about 12-foot clearance versus 14, that's measured from BFE +1. Right. They actually have 16 feet from their first finished floor to the underside of the slab. So we're not talking about having a low dark space. It's just a matter of, we're starting that measurement of the height so high, and that's why they're asking for that variance.
Okay.
And otherwise, we're meeting all the resiliency efforts in the old and new code. It just is one component that was going to force us to shrink, which is what everybody wants. A Class A office needs to have the floor to ceiling height that we're proposing.
Okay, I make a motion to approve DRB application 22-0897.
Second.
Second by Ms. Maracavoli. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much, and have a great day, and Happy New Year and holidays.
Likewise.
Build it.
We're now moving on to the new applications, DRB 23-0957.
The next item on the agenda is DRB 23-0957, formerly as DRB 22-0843, DRB 19-0482 on 7120, 7140 Abbott Avenue, 7117, 7135 Byron Avenue, 409 71st Street, and 430 72nd Street. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued design review approval that included the construction of a new multi-story mixed-use residential and retail development, including waivers and variances to replace existing structures, including 3 two-story buildings, a surface parking lot, and a gas station. Specifically, the applicant is requesting modifications to all plans and elevations.
Thanks, Giselle. Just to add additional information here, the applicant is proposing modifications to the overall tower height by reducing it by 1 story and increase slightly the pedestal height by approximately 3 feet and the elimination of the rooftop amenity deck. We did provide on the pages of the staff report, starting on page 124 of the board packages, some comparison from the applicant's application, comparing the previously approved project with the applicant's proposed changes. One of the primary concerns the staff had noted with the modifications is the infilling of the void space that was provided within the building's original massing. As noted, these large voids that were provided successfully help break down the overall mass, which is especially important due to the L-shaped plan of the tower. In the currently approved design, the voids also shift location of the building, creating visual interest along all building facades. We noted in a report that while staff would recommend maintaining the currently approved design, we do recognize that the applicant has certain limits with regard to the revised program for the project. Another option may be to study a completely new design that is architecturally independent from the current proposal. Due to these concerns, staff is recommending that the board discuss the applicant's proposal, provide comments and feedback, and continue the application to a future date. I'll turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Yeah. And I'd like to confirm whether any of the remaining board members have received any ex parte communications regarding this application? No? Right. Please proceed. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Charg, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. With me today is our project architect Jerry Gafkovich, who takes over for Architectonica, as well as Bobby Thinvarn and other members of our client team. So some of you may remember this project. It was originally approved in 2020. I believe some of you were on the board when this was originally approved. And COVID hit and put a lot of things on hold. But my client has since re-engaged on the project and is actually very far along in the building permit process and their master permit process. And the goal is ultimately, of course, to obtain construction financing. But since this project's inception, the modeling of the project has changed, and we're revisiting design and operational programming in relation to what is being built around us, right? So we very recently had a few projects before this board in the recent past, different type of model, different type of program. So what we're really doing is we're bringing down our project from 14 stories to 13 stories, and that reduces a floor of construction cost, obviously. We're eliminating, as Michael mentioned, the rooftop amenity deck, so there will be no outdoor noise on our rooftop or tenant access to the rooftop. We've changed the amenity deck at the podium level to eliminate the soccer pitch. That was a really unique amenity concept that we were proposing. We were very excited about it, but lighting and a lot of the things you guys had mentioned to us at that time, lighting, sound, fencing materials, fencing height, really did not lead to a quality rental project, which is our ultimate goal here. From a unit count distribution, the original project had 139 co-living units. In addition to other units, this was one of the first projects to be approved with those units, and we were very excited about that. But we're in a little bit of a different posture right now, a little smarter and able to read the market a little differently. And we have dropped our co-living unit count by almost half. So we now have about 77 co-living units versus the 139. So from a total unit perspective, we're going from 232 raw units And the reason I say raw is it's in the zoning code, a co-living is actually a half a unit. So we're going from 232 total units to 221 units. So we're dropping about 11 units, or almost 5%. So just to give you the magnitude of these changes and how important they are to our client. We've also added 26 parking spaces. As you can imagine, with larger size units, we want to make sure we accommodate on-site parking, but we remain totally in compliance with the zoning code. So turning to the real reason we're before you, because a lot of the stuff I just mentioned could likely be done administratively with staff, but we've made some efficiency changes that affect the exterior facade. And for this board's benefit, we started with what I'll call a more robust set of changes several months ago, and we had a long back and forth with staff on this project. And through those discussions, we brought back what we feel, we've brought back a lot of the original design approval, so these modified drawings will resemble that. My client believes in this project. We've made a huge amount of progress towards master permit, and hopefully with your approval today, we'll be that much farther along. So if you could turn on the slides. So turning to the slides before you all, and what we're going to show you is the side-by-side renderings, elevations, and floor plans, so you could easily see the changes we're proposing. This is the northeast elevation. On the right side is the original rendering, and on the left side is the proposed. The only real, in my opinion, material change besides dropping a floor is the elimination of the depth of that zigzag or lightning bolt pattern in the middle of the building. The original concept created a large void in the building on both sides, so on both sides of the elevation, and from an efficiency perspective, that design needed to change. In balancing the needs and costs of this project, we decided to shrink that void and replace it with a recessed glazing component. This allowed us to fill in a floor, that's why we're dropping a floor. This allowed us to fill it in, but from a design perspective, it maintains that break in the facade in the building. So although the depth of that void is much less, there is still the banding going around it, on vertical and horizontal, around the glazing feature, which allows us to kind of showcase or show that textural change as you move up the building. Now, I would also mention I was here last month, on a different project where height was a concern. And to put perspective on this elevation, although we could achieve significantly higher height, we are proposing 13 stories with your approval from the 14 that's approved today, but the neighboring project to the west is 220 feet in height. So there's a big difference in height, and I think that should be noted. We're about 144 feet in height. Now, as a non-architect, as a layperson, when I look at these two images side by side, they do look very similar. This is a more same image, but in a closer zoom. Again, the only real change that you can see is the depth from the right to the left image, the depth of that void where we're bringing the glazing closer in. But here, what I wanted to point out is you can also see the overall window and balcony design remains materially intact. In this slide, you can see there were some minor changes to the height of the glazing. As you look floor by floor, you'll see the vertical length of the glazing, as well as the height and size of the balcony dividers. Now here, these are not renderings, these are now our elevation drawings. As we move around the building, so now we're on the west side of the building, our project architect felt that the interior voids didn't have the same impact on this side of the building as they did on what I'll call the front. And they didn't need to break that building plane as much as it was critical on the other sides. Here, they're shielded from 72nd and from Abbott, and they're part of the interior L. So to put some perspective, the original void was closer to the corner of that L-shaped design. Again, this new design is materially similar, but allows for a much more efficient design as we now capture, and I'll show you this on another slide, we capture that floor area in one less floor. And as you can see, the garage screening hasn't really changed. Turning to this image, this last elevation image, you can see the channel vertical column from the right side has been eliminated to allow additional windows. This was actually a comment that came from staff previously, as well as from the former chair, James Bodner, asked, on this side of the building, could we make it more residential and allow more glazing to come in? So treat it as if it was a continuation of the other facade. So what we've done is we've added the horizontal, I don't know the technical term, banding or horizontal elements, as well as the glazing through the middle of the spine of the building. So to quickly close and show what I previously mentioned, here's a change in the rooftop. So this is our 13th floor. We eliminated the dog park and the amenity space. This is the new podium. Here, this is our revised amenity deck. So you can see we've moved the standalone fitness facility to the western boundary, and we've also extended the pool and the pool deck in lieu of the soccer pitch. But here's where you could really see where the void depth has changed. So that's where you can see we've been able to make the building more efficient by adding in floor where that slab was previously located. That concludes our presentation. It's really the skin of the building is why we're back. We've worked very closely with staff. I think the reason staff is, I don't want to put words in mouth, the reason we're requesting or suggesting a continuance is we've kind of bridged the gap as far as we could. We felt we've made some material progress towards meeting staff's concerns, and we welcome your feedback. We'd love an approval today, but we welcome your comments and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? I don't see anyone. Anybody online?
There's nobody online with their hand raised.
Okay, I'm going to close the public portion and open it up to the board to discuss. Jason, do you want to start because you saw it, or I can start, or?
Sure. Yeah, was it only the two of us, are the ones that, and Sam, and I think, Scott, oh, Scott's gone, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm, you know, sorry that you're back again, because I know we kind of ran you through it the first time around with your the other firm that was working on it. I'm not sure what happened, but I know development deals change all the time, so I get it. You know, and it was a struggle for us to get to the approval, I think, the last time, and the void was a pretty big part of it. So I have to say, when I first saw this application, I was like, whoa, 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 what's going on? And then to me, it seemed very different to me than it was before. That's my personal look on it. So, and yes, I do think the void change is pretty significant, but there's also other subtle changes that, because of the size of the building, do project to me when I look at it. Like, I do see definitely changes in the articulation of the balconies on several facades, partly also because you've leveled out the floor-to-floor heights because the way your units have changed. The spacing of, you know, there was a lot more randomness that appeared in the other design that obviously doesn't appear now. So I certainly think you have created something now that looks a lot more like a apartment building than maybe a high-end condo building. That's the impression I get when I look at this. The window articulations, of course, changed because before you had some loft spaces and things, which I don't think exist now, or if they do, you're not spending the money on the extra height of the windows, you're just filling it with more stucco. So I'm happy that it's lower, I suppose, but, you know, what do I get in return especially when I look at some of the what I guess we would call the west elevation? Like, they just look like dramatically different buildings to me, and to me not necessarily in a dramatically good way. So that would be my initial set of comments based on what we kind of worked with you guys the first time around to get to.
I agree, unfortunately for you, with everything that Jason has said. And it's interesting that this one came back because it was during one of the first meetings that we were on the board. And for me, this building was really controversial. And what made it controversial is that it's just, the massing and the fact that it's not a building on a pedestal set back, but that from the street on Abbott Avenue, which is such a busy street, it's just straight up, whether it's 13 stories or 14 stories. And, you know, one of the things that I'm noticing with a lot of the projects that we've seen in this corridor is that when we see renderings, it always shows the one building and it doesn't show any of the other buildings in context with everything else. Because not only is this very solid, massive building, there's now going to be lots of other very tall buildings around it, adding to the sense of the shadows and the massiveness and, you know, changing the neighborhood in that way. The compromise, I wasn't quite sure that, and I've thought about this a lot, even maybe regretting my decision, I wasn't quite sure at that time that the architect was really pulling off creating a sort of little bit more of a lightness to this massive, like I remember he was like, the massiveness of this, the solidity of this building is part of the art of it. And it seems, you know, at that, I don't know, I went for it. My point is, I agree that this cutout, that the void was a key part of offsetting the mass of the building. And in all of these, in the new iteration, the building appears much more massive and much less light. And it was the void that was successfully changing that. And you've essentially taken away the one thing that has made the design acceptable for me. So I also, also adding to the lightness in the previous design was the floor to ceiling, the fenestration, and again, that is smaller. So I agree with staff. I don't think that this is an improvement on the building, and to the point where I will not support this revised design. So I'm curious to hear what the other people who are just seeing this for the first time, and I should say it's because I'm very concerned that this is just too dense of a structure for this context. Shauna or Myra, do you have any thoughts, or?
Well, I agree, and I didn't see the previous proposal, but I do agree that some of the changes that are even we're picking up on in a rendering, but would be much more obvious, is the way that the windows, feel like punched and smaller and less luxurious than the way that the previous sort of slits or cuts were articulated in the renderings. Getting to know this area, we all understand it's going to be very dense, and there's, you're really building a community. So I can't really speak to the conversations that were had before. I agree that the building appears heavy, but for me, it would be great to understand sort of the building's mission or agenda, its personality, right? I think that in this area, it's just really critical that we're developing a personality for these projects, for this neighborhood, as it's going to go through this, drastic change. And I get it that the presentation today was sort of about, well, we're not really making much change, but I wasn't privy to what the goal of the personality of the building was before. So I know for me, hearing a little bit about what those intentions are would help me at least understand going forward.
Well, I'll speak for my team. And Jerry can come up and talk about the design thesis for the project a little better. I don't know if it answers your question, but what we're trying to achieve is something a little bit different than our neighboring projects west, right? So we're starting to see some, I don't want to say something's not a luxury product, that's not the right marketing tool to say, but we see some very luxurious products coming into our west, and this will be somewhat differentiated from that. Again, it's not a high rise, and I think to your point, I understand that it's an L shape, and that's something we tried to avoid very hard on a previous project. But here, I don't think we're asking for any setbacks. So this is that the code required. You could go vertical along a lot of these frontages. I understand your point, but I just want to, just state that we're within the code vision for town center. And again, we're not going that full height. But in terms of vision for the project, we're hoping that it's a rental project. Again, we're seeing a lot of people change course and do condo for financial reasons, for financing, construction financing. I'm not an expert on that, but that's just the trend I'm seeing. But this project is intended to be a rental, and that's why we're kind of making some of these changes that you're seeing in terms of efficiency and design. And it's not, again, an ultra luxury rental product. And that's kind of why you're seeing some of these changes come into play here, is that we have to be able to go get a construction loan and make the pro forma, make it pencil out. But Jerry, maybe you want to speak a little bit further on that?
Ethan, initially when you showed it to us, was it also a rental or they were condos?
Rental, yeah. Right, well, again, it's like maybe I touched upon it too lightly. How you put all those units together, the micro-sized units or co-living units and the larger units, putting them together, we felt that wasn't the right product now. A couple of years ago, we felt everyone was real excited about it, we would capture it, we were one of the first, but I think we're giving up on that vision a little bit to kind of make larger size units so people can live in them full-time kind of concept.
Jerome Gafkovich with TAG Architecture. I just want to talk basically about the concept of the design. I think the original idea of the design was it's being approached from Abbott Avenue southbound for the most part. The mass of the building is on that corner. The intention was to to break the mass of the building with the form of that Z shape as it wraps from 72nd and then comes around the corner and up. And I think that still is achieved in terms of the concept of the design. We're treating that element, even though it's not a void per se, it is a different treatment of everything else in the building, and it's fully glazed. We changed the glazing in that element to a darker glazed, darker tint, I should say, and the framing, aluminum framing, and also the wrap of the slab edges. Also, it's all the same, so it's treated differently a little bit than the rest of the glazing. Excuse me. So I think that still is achieved. I do hear, some of the comments, and I understand some of the comments. We did make some adjustments to the window sizes and door sizes. I think on the north and I should say south and west side, even though those voids originally did go through, not quite through, but existed on the north and on the south and west. Infilling those wasn't really a big impact. I don't think, honestly, it was successfully thought out because of you're seeing on the elevation drawings, you're seeing it flat, and the podium really interrupts those voids on those, let's call the back sides. So we thought it didn't really negatively affect the building to change that. And we worked with, when we got involved in the project, we were involved in the development of the original design and the construction documents that went in for permit. We were working with Architectonic on that, and it was just this change now that we are presenting to you as the design architect. So that's just what we think in terms of what the concept of the design was, and what I think we're still maintaining.
Thank you. Can you bring up page 5 in the presentation?
Which one?
Page,
I don't have
I think,
That's
next
3.
one. Keep
That's 4.
going, keep going.
No, you were going the wrong
The
way.
south elevation. Yes, that.
Yep.
So let me ask you a question, because I'm just comparing these two. In the proposed, so this is south elevation, so this is along 71st Street.
Correct. I mean, it's not quite 71st Street because of the gas station that's there. That still will remain.
Okay.
And there will be, in phase 2 of the project, because that gas station is part of the overall property that's owned by the same developer. But for now, the gas station will remain. Any future project will also affect this facade.
So because the gas station, is that why that, I guess, the bottom right section, whereas previously there was all of this rhythm and there was some sort of detailing there, and now it's completely flat?
Yeah, the reality is it was flat before. They had the bands that are shown on that right side, and they were basically just bands. As that element turns horizontal, it's going to get the effect of that concept really disappears because of the gas station convenience store that's there and whatever future project. We thought that by adding in additional glazing and turning that vertical element into a more horizontal element was more successful.
Just to be clear, to answer your question, this is, if you remember, I should have put up a phase 1, phase 2 diagram. I apologize. This is the north half of the block. This is not the full block. There's a condo building on the southwest, and then there's the gas station that remains. And this is the project that rerouted that alley with the bioswale that is part of this construction project. So the alley curves left in this now.
Right, so there's actually, the south elevation, the section to the left that you added the windows, that you punched the windows into, there's actually a building right there. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it's a low building.
Low building.
Yeah. Okay, so that you do still see that.
Above the
The
podium
upper-
you will,
Right.
correct. The code requires us to reserve a certain amount of FAR that we have to build. I think the minimum requirement on 71st will be 3 stories, so we have that volume left to implement at a future phase.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, the racing stripes, like, it just had a sort of rhythm and sexiness to it that, has just been completely eliminated from one to the other, you know? And I don't even know if the addition of the windows is, you know, I mean, I don't know if anything you did has altered your thoughts on that.
What is the windows on on the proposed south elevation, the bottom piece? What is in that area? Is that garage? Is that retail,
To the
residential?
left, to the left
Yes,
or
to the
west
left.
is the garage.
Garage.
And again,
okay.
that hasn't changed. I mean, it has changed because we added a floor of garage without really increasing the height of the podium by, I think it was just one or a couple feet. But there was a large floor to floor in the garage, so we were able to achieve additional level of garage to provide the additional parking. But the concept of the design hasn't changed. Those openings, which are screened openings, still remain without any change to the
Was it more
screen element.
screened before and less
No.
stucco? It was the same?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks different in the picture. Can
Yeah,
we go
I had
back to
I
that
had the same
picture?
question. If you zoom, we can't do it in this, but if you
Yeah.
zoom in, the detail is there.
Okay.
I asked Jerry the same question. It didn't come up, those fine details didn't come up the same. It was a different renderer.
And that portion of the garage did not come out from the main building?
Not at all.
Okay, it's just in the picture, it looks as if it did come out in the original previously approved, whereas in the proposed, it looks
There's a
flat
shadow.
together.
Yeah, there's a shadow.
It's
shown.
the
Yeah,
shadow. Yeah.
There's no difference in the footprint.
Yeah, it's just the
at all.
shadowing.
In fact, you know, we can say at that garage podium, we did eliminate a stairwell because of the redesign of the podium and the amenity deck. There used to be a stairwell at the south west corner that we were able to eliminate because of the lower occupant load for the podium. So there's a little bit less mass. We did increase the size of the gym element, but it's a little bit, you don't see it really here on the south side.
Yeah, I don't think the pictures help you because of the shadowing, it makes you think when you're looking at it that it's two different things, but they're not. It's the same. The only thing that really changes that I can see from the questions and your answers are the striping of the ray coming down.
Yeah,
And then,
I'm sorry, the previous, the one on the left shows the shadows coming from the west, or the sun at the west, but we didn't think that showed enough of the difference in the plane of the tower itself. So you can see the shadow up the tower portion. We had the sun on the east so to emphasize that offset or different change in plane.
mhm. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I have one question. Again, I don't know if it was a collaboration before and now you're the design architect, but I'm assuming this is all gonna be okay with the right of attribution with the sort of original design essence with the original architect and then now taking over that?
I would imagine that the original architect would not be putting their name on this revised design,
Would not.
would not.
I feel like we're sort of wrapping up the conversation. Is anybody ready to make a motion or thoughts? I know that the staff had recommended to provide feedback and continue the application. I don't know if that's.
I mean, I think I've said this before to the previous architect, maybe on this project or maybe one of their others, but for me, it needs some more work.
Okay, with that as the case, is there anything else the board would like to say to the applicant or to the applicant? Is there any additional guidance you feel that you need from the board in order to come back with a revised design?
I mean, I think I'm translating. I think we're hearing the void was a design component. We have to somehow address that.
Yeah, and I think what the void was solving is it was making, and also I should say, because even looking at the south elevation, you know, it was not just the void detail, which was, you know, throughout this entire, you know, block large, but you also had larger windows. On the south elevation, yeah, there's just more windows with the balconies. The rhythm of the balconies was really nice. All of these different elements. This is a massive building, and how it's designed is it's even more massive. And so any elements that you can put in, and this is what I remember the discussion was, anything that you can put in to make this massive structure feel a little bit lighter, is what we're recommending. And that's what we recommended then. That was what the discussion was about then, and this is the same thing right now. So, we want it to look lighter rather than heavier and more solid.
So Sarah, if, I don't know if this helps with the guidance, but it appears that in the proposed and in the previously approved 72nd Street Byron elevation and the south, and I'm sorry, and these, and the south elevation, you had the ray coming down, which sort of doesn't make it as bold, or flat of a building. But somehow that ray comes out, even though you're reducing the number of levels in the building. The ray goes away in the proposed south elevation as well as in the proposed west elevation. Is there any way to include any of that design without eliminating the space that you've incorporated by eliminating it? I don't.
Yeah, you're referring
So
to the.
to soften the look on both the south elevation and the west elevation.
Are you referring to the void that's getting infilled?
Yeah,
Or
the
are you
ray.
talking about
The
or
ray
that element that's?
Yeah, that element.
Okay, I mean, that could be returned. We didn't think it was successful with the additional glazing. And in the original concept, because of the gas station and the future building that's there, or that's going to be there. Certainly that can come back, and we
I
can
don't know if
study
that
that.
softens the look any. I mean, we.
No, it was also, in one of the changes you did, you made the void less steep, and I think it was the depth that also, the fact that it was deep, that it did break up again, the massing, and I mean, yeah. Are we being helpful in any way?
I think so. I just want to drill down, if I can, Jerry, for 1 second. So adding, I think, articulation on the south facade where there was that, to kind of break up that plane, so to speak. I think that's clear. That's something that we can certainly address. That's not a major issue. The voids, if I could just address the voids. So the voids on the longer frontages, right? The north and the east, those is where I think there's a significant discussion here. Do you feel the same on the west where it's part of the interior corner? It had less of an impact on, if you remember, the void came in at both sides. I just want to make sure the interior side, does that have the same, it's less impactful there is what I'm asking.
Right, yeah.
But you do, from certain vantage points, you will see, at least right now, when this building gets built, you will see all sides of the building from certain
Yep.
places. So that was one of the things that we kind of really liked, is that you sense this void in different places. It did kind of carry and connect in spots, and other spots it didn't. But I mean, for me, I guess maybe to take one, look at it a little bit from a higher level, you made these programmatic changes and these operational changes for whatever reasons. It doesn't necessarily matter to us. I mean, we understand development changes and the economy changes, and there's a lot of factors that go into building something like this. But what happened was that, and then you tried to kind of take the existing design and just sort of kind of Frankenstein it into the new program, and maybe it's not quite working as successfully as we want it to. I know we got rid of a floor, but then that completely actually changed the proportion of the whole building. So before it was kind of and it was just one floor, but it was like a rectangle, where especially on the east elevation, it was taller than it was wide. But now it's actually kind of almost like a square, and then that little part that was on top of the cutout used to be smaller, and now it's sort of equal, and just the shifts, I think, just did something to the feel. I think she had said something about personality of the building in a way, and the soccer field, you can kind of start to see who's going to be renting here. It's going to be this young, hip crowd that wants to be on the beach. They're not quite a Wynwood person, but they kind of have a Wynwood vibe, and maybe they live here, they're a young family. And now I think the building, to me, just kind of looks a little bit more like this could just be in Midtown somewhere, and nobody would care. And I think we're just always pushing, especially in this neighborhood, where we know how many years it took to get the zoning adjusted to create city center here for a very deliberate reason, to create development like this, which is amazing. But I think I just so many little things, like just the articulation on East, the way the balconies now are all kind of like, you know, I mean, I understand, like, I get it, but there's got to be other ways to make this a more successful building, massing, facade. I don't, you know, a little bit of that. I think we went really easy on you on the parking podium last time around, because now it looks even like worse to me, so.
Can I ask a question? The way I'm reading it from how the plans must have worked before was like in the void was a link, right? Just a hallway, a corridor, and now you guys have infilled units on either side. Yeah,
That didn't happen. The void obviously didn't happen on all the floors, so.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is, you know, up here, we're talking about it as adding some relief, you know, formal relief, breaking up the building, but it also programmatically was doing something. Now it's just sort of a false, you know, recess. And at moments, I would argue in that link, you could probably see through the building, you know, if it was just this glass hallway. And now and so I know why you're asking if on the back side, if you infill the units and you have the recess at the front.
Right.
Programmatically, it's still not, you know, I guess the question would be, is this void still doing what it was originally doing? And if it can't do that anymore because the pro forma or the pragmatic reasons don't allow it, then is it the right design move? Yeah.
Yeah, and just on those voids, you know, it became also a very difficult structural condition, because now you're treating the way the building is connected is just these small, narrow corridors, and from a structural perspective, that's one of the reasons that change was made first on the backside.
Yeah, I think with these large developments like this, personality, I think that's a good word to use, and I think we just want the personality back, and that's the simple. For the sake of time, I want to keep moving forward. Is there somebody that can make a motion? I think it's going to be to continue. Do you have any?
Sure, I move to continue application DRB 23-0957 to the February meeting.
Do you have enough time?
Yeah, can you give me 1 second to decide?
Okay.
Because this is basically gives them 1 month to redesign.
Well, we've seen firms do crazy things in 1 month, to be honest with you.
Well,
We're trying to really load up the next meeting, Michael, you know.
To March. We're not going to be able to make the January, so if you could make the motion to March, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, so I move to continue DRB application 23-0957 to the March 5th meeting to give the applicant time to reevaluate the building design per
Personality.
board's comments. Thank you.
A second?
I second.
Seconded by Ms. Gilder Nelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. The application continued to the March 5th meeting.
I'll talk slow.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0958, 428 South Hibiscus Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a second-floor addition to an existing two-story home, including variances from the maximum lot coverage and maximum unit size.
So as noted in our report, this application was approved at a time when the board could approve increased unit size up to 70%. And the board at the time did approve initially a unit size over 50%. The home was constructed, and now the applicant wants to infill a portion of a bedroom area to make it bigger towards the rear, which results in an increase in lot coverage from 30 to 31.8%, and an increase in unit size up to 55.1%. Even though the actual square footage is relatively small, at I think only 128 square feet, because it results in what is essentially new construction over 50%, we just could not support the requested variances, but the applicant is here to make their case. They have presented letters of support from the two neighbors to either side. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Amster.
And before we continue, I'd like to ask the board whether you have received any ex parte communications regarding this application? Nope?
No.
All right, please continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Casa Alaya, which is the owner of the property, and actually the actual owner, Timo, is over here. Here, very interested in this minor modification. I also have Miguel, Mike Principe from Livingstone Builders, and my colleague at the firm, Roberto Alvarez. We do have a very unique situation, as Michael told you. Timo bought this property after it had already been approved by the DRB under a different set of rules and already built. It was built in 2016. He purchased it in 2019. And the one thing to say about the prior approval, it was approved for a unit size because the DRB could do that at the time, up to 56.5%. And overall, since the rules have changed, we have in all the documentation, done an analysis to show the difference between what it would be if that project was approved under today's rules, and then compared it to what our minor modification is. And overall, that percentage is lower than that original percentage from before. It's 55.1%. So we are we have 1 foot in the past, meaning what we have to work with, but also are treating it fully under today's rules. And that's why we're here before you today. After purchasing the house, Timo has a family of 5 children. That situation, including a 6-month-old, so that situation is something that he's reevaluated, and that's what he's come up with and worked with his architects to try to figure out how to meet the growing family's needs. But he did choose the most innocuous location. It's at the center of the 2nd floor facing the water. You cannot see it. It will not be visible from the front, from either side, and barely perceptible from the water because it's a glass storefront, essentially, a glass wall that's just being moved out to the edge of the balcony that's there today, and it'll look very similar. We do have a presentation, if I could bring that up. So here's the property with its neighbors, and those are the 2 neighbors, the ones on either side to the north and south, that the owner himself reached out to and obtained letters of support. We've passed them on to staff for the file. These are actually the fronts of those 2 neighboring homes. This is Timo's home. The bottom right is the waterfront, and basically where that center palm tree is, that's the area behind it that they're choosing to enclose. Again, now the bottom left, you can see where those 2 palm trees are. It's that glass wall that's behind there. And I want to have Mike briefly take you through the actual proposed modification.
Okay. Hello, members of the board. My name is Miguel Principe. I represent Livingston Builders. Mr. Kip, our client, a longtime friend, approached us in 2022 with the news that he was expanding his family. Mr. Kip wanted to convert a 2nd floor room into a suite with a bathroom and a closet, just like all the other bedrooms in the house. The 2nd floor does lack a bathroom, a communal bathroom, so there's no bathroom to go from having this bedroom expanded to a bedroom. So we just took 128 square feet of the existing roof balcony and gained enough space for this new nursery. Moving that sliding glass door out to the front of the balcony and gaining the extra space for a proper bedroom and bathroom. Do you see it in there? Oh,
Yeah,
so you can
look
see
at
it on.
It's the same, yeah.
You can see the balcony area that we're going to take.
To the right.
There's the existing. And that's the proposed, where you see the sliding glass door out to the front and the bathroom and the new closet.
Well, go back a second, this is the roof plan is shown because there's absolutely no change at all into the roof already covers the balcony, so there's 0 change in the roof at all.
And as you can see, one cannot distinguish proposed from the existing elevation. There we see behind the palm tree, there should be the modification on the right-hand side. Here's from the water.
So again, hardly perceptible at all. Meant to be the most, simplest to resolve the need, as well as to be mindful of our neighbors and not have any impact on them. And we've reached out anyway and gotten their support. And I do want to say that, this is all that, in reevaluating his home, this is all that TIMO is requesting, and we're happy to agree to a condition that locks these in as the ceiling, that there will be no more variances because there are other balconies along the waterfront that we're not trying to seek to change at all. So we would proffer a condition: the lot coverage shall be no greater than 31.8% of the lot area, and the unit size shall be no greater than 55.1% of the lot area, as presented in the submitted plan, subject to review and approval by staff. And with that, I want to call up TIMO to say a few words, and then that'll end our presentation.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking the time to having us present and ask for this variance. This, as is for the baby. She's 6 months old, and yes, I believe there is really not a significant change in anything in terms of architecture or influence on the neighbors, and I would like to see, and I give you my promise that this is not going to be not a repetition. I won't repeat this request. I think 5 children is quite a bit. So I promise you here that this will be the only request. Yes. I don't know if you have any questions to me as well.
I want to confirm, if I go to A 1.01, I think it's page 19 or 18, what you're proposing is to enclose the outside area adjacent, following the sliders? The existing balcony is what
Yes.
you're proposing to enclose?
Yes,
Okay.
the existing sliding glass doors will move
Mhm.
into the balcony further.
Okay, thank you.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, we're here to answer any questions you may have. We agree with the staff conditions and with our additional proffer.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? I don't see anybody in the chambers.
And there's nobody with their hand raised online.
I'm now closing the public portion and opening up to the board for discussion.
Yeah, I concur with staff's analysis that there is no practical hardship or difficulty that warrants the grant of the requested variances.
I agree with Sam. I mean, for me, the second story of your house, according to what you submitted, is 5,800 square feet. That's almost double the size of the house that I have. From my perspective, there's room within that you don't have to exceed what's already been exceeded before. So that's, again, I also do not support the application.
Through the chair, may I respond?
I want to
Sure.
give the rest of the board.
I actually
to
was going to support this one, but I guess when we have a motion, we'll find out. So I think it's a variance, so you'll need.
I was going to suggest, so I would, if we have 3 members in support today, then I would suggest the applicant continue until January or February, so we could hear from the other 2 board members, and you may have 5 members. But if we have more than 2 members here who are not inclined to support it, then it's not likely that you would get the variance.
We can take a straw vote. for
Or
them, for
Shauna,
their
do you have
sake.
any comments, or Myra? Any other
When would it be postponed to?
Well, it would go next month.
Shauna, do you have any thoughts?
Well, I was gonna say, the man's been through enough with 5 kids, but, you know, again, being new on the board, I don't know how many times people come and ask, you know, for
Very,
little
very rare.
nuances.
Probably, I can count on one hand the number of unit size variances for relatively new homes that we've received, over 50%. Now, it was typical back when this home was constructed that people could ask the board for up to 70% unit size.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And that was granted quite frequently, not as much as 70, but it was typical that, like, this home was granted more than 50% when it was originally constructed.
And that's
What
part
is-
of my point, like, it's already larger than, you know, already they got more square footage for what it was already originally deemed for, and now they're coming back for more, and it also, I think the point that you made about setting a precedent, you know, that's what worries me too. The codes are constantly changing, the zoning is constantly changing. Are we just gonna have this where it's just more and more and more and more and more, a little piecemeal here and there? I feel very strongly about this, unfortunately, or unfortunately for you, that this just doesn't sit. This seems to be something that can be solved in a very different way that doesn't involve the DRB at all.
Can I ask you, just for clarification, because I'm trying to look for it here on the documentation, what is the existing square footage, livable square footage of the house?
It's on there, it's 10,864, 10,864,000 square feet.
Okay, it's 10,009.
Right, so that, the difference is the 128 square feet, which is 0.64%. And as I mentioned, you know, we are in a unique situation. I don't think that this would apply to everyone because, again, he purchased a home that had been approved at 56.5%. And so we are, although it is still non-conforming under today's code, we analyzed it under today's code, and we are under that at 55.1%.
And, I'm sorry, just, so the amount of square footage you're adding is 128
28
square feet?
Yes, that's the
To
size
the
of the balcony.
basically master bedroom,
I know this is
or adjacent to?
no, this is for one of the youngest child.
Right, okay. We had a similar application last month, a home on Meridian Avenue that had been built, and now they wanted to expand the kitchen by busting out the wall into,
In that case, they were
adjacent to
asking
the
for a design
courtyard.
waiver. It wasn't a variance, it was a design waiver for the length of a two-story side yard to not include a courtyard. So they asked for a design waiver to infill that courtyard with a one-story addition. They were still under, in that case, under the maximum unit size and lot coverage. But I think if Ms. Botocavoli, Ms. Meyer, Mr. Agopian are inclined to support the variance, then you could ask for a continuance till next month and hear from the other 2 board members who are absent today.
Well, I would just say that I would defer to your expertise. You know, you are in this day in and day out, and you've provided your expertise as not supporting this, so that would be which way I would go.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
Well, may we still seek to continue then?
I mean, I think we all have to.
Sure, I'll make
vote
a
on it.
motion to continue DRB application 23-0958 to the January 2nd meeting.
That's fine.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me, nay.
That's the continuance. Okay, that's,
I don't think it should be continued.
got it. But the motion carries 4-1 for the continuance till the January 2nd meeting.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0964, 1810 Daytona Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story residence with an understory level, including 1 or more waivers to replace an existing single-story home to be demolished.
So just to summarize, Staff is supportive of the application. They're not asking for any waivers or variances. This is before you because it's an understory home, and we are recommending that the application be approved in accordance with the draft final order, which can be found starting on page 157 of the board packages.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jose Sanchez with Praxis Architecture. I'm representing the owner, Udo Hengsian, and the owner's rep, Lily Casapi. The landscape architect, Matt Lewis, will be available for questions if needed. Let's start with the first slide. Okay, this is the location of the project on Biscayne Point, which is a place that everybody is familiar with, right on the south shore, and it's close to the point where the views start to widen. It's an area that's been changing fast. Here you can see some of the adjacent properties. Number one is the property in question. There's a mix of existing houses built mostly in the 70s, and now more new construction and empty lots like number 3 and 4. Here, these are the houses across the street on the dry lots, which are primarily one-story. And now it's starting to pick up the construction just now, but in the waterfront, it's been more active. We've been involved in 6 there already. And this is to the east side, also showing the mix of new construction and existing. This is the project we're presenting. It's an understory home. In realizing the context across the street with the smaller houses, the house was designed so the third floor, the second floor is set back into the lot, so you only perceive 2 stories. And perhaps a portion that looks like a clear story behind, but it's primarily seen as a 2-story house. It's a simple geometry of 2 horizontal elements, more solid in the ground floor with a tilted wall. And on the upper level, the main element, it's a grid or simple brisolaire that creates the frame. And then in the inside, there are the walls and glazing, and the walls clad in a better material, in wood, inside this outer shell. This is the view in the courtyard as you enter through the house, through the first bar, and it continues the same language of the grid structure and with a lighter third floor, so there is a hierarchy of weight, visual weight, from the ground floor to the upper levels. Here, the ground level, it's more open now because it's the terraces and the understory, right? And this is the view from the rear, continuing the same language. These views, not eye level, but from higher up and different angles, so it can be seen, the structures can be seen in a better visualization than the renderings. This is the site plan, and it has essentially a very large courtyard on the west and a smaller courtyard on the east. The ground floor plan with 3 parking spaces, 2 garages, and 1 carport. And it's basically all building access and terraces with lots of water or water features, a combination of both pool and water features. In the first floor, you can see the access. You go through a connecting bridge, which helps the whole arrival experience, so you're not just up into an upper level right from the street, and you walk through the courtyard and arrive into the common areas, which is basically L-shaped, with the family kitchen, living and dining. Service areas on the north side or in the center of the house, and 2 guest bedrooms on on the north, on the street side, one that could be used independently or as an office. And the second floor, self-explanatory, 3 bedrooms. You can see in this floor plan on the east side how the planes recede as to avoid having one large wall on that side, which is sort of the service side. The elevations, but I think the renderings show more. Some of the sections and all the heights are complied. And you can see on the bottom section, there's a terrace with crawl space below, which is just to have one terrace with easier access from the family room, so you don't have to go all the way down to the understory all the time. The landscape architectural plan, and from what I understand, is very generous, tropical plants, and Matt could explain in more detail if needed. And that's the project. I would like to show a short video that we had sent where you can see the project from different angles. And with that, the presentation, I conclude the presentation, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? I don't see anybody. Anybody online?
And there's nobody online with their hand raised.
I'm going to now close the public portion. Oh, is there more to?
They had sent it. It's a separate file. And if you don't find it, I can send it. Can I borrow the charger? Ruiz. Roberto Ruiz.
While they're getting this together, Michael, I actually have a question. I don't know
Sure.
who could address it. It's, the pool. I should also say I really like beautiful design. I can't help but notice that this pool is enormous and it's right on the water. Is there, and I know with these understory houses, it's designed so, the water go under. Is there been any discussion, is there any plan, is there any concern when it does flood that the pool is then going to overflow, or has that been thought through at all? Especially because it seems like the pool in this design takes up such an enormous portion of
Well,
the
I'm sure
layout.
that most pools constructed to this caliber today have mechanisms that measure the level and then drain or overflow. There's a process for that built into the pool. So they will be accommodated on site.
And it seems like there's also a pond as well as the pool as part of.
Right. It would be separated by probably like a small curb projecting. But that one is decorative, only 14 inches in depth.
Because I've started to notice that the pools that there's more water elements in a lot of the designs that we're seeing. And how is that still part of the sort of open, permeable space?
Yeah,
or-
'cause I think the idea is that we're probably going to see over time more flooding of these areas, which is sort of the natural sort of progression of these understory spaces, unless you're going to continue to elevate them. So we do see it as something that you're working with the water eventually versus trying to fight it.
And are they set up to collect water or not necessarily? Or we haven't seen anything like that yet?
That's something that we may find more of, cisterns or something to collect the water and reuse it.
Anyway.
Yeah, I think the old ones get flooded, some of them, but these pools will be at a higher level, probably at 6.5. Now it's been raised recently a little bit more. So by the time it floods, pretty much all of the island would be underwater. And the civil engineers will design storm retention systems that don't rely only on the green areas. They have large pipes underwater because the rain nowadays is just beyond anything that that was in code. So it's something that we're doing now more often, not doing only the rainwater retained in the green area, but it's mostly underground with lots of retaining filtration trenches holding the water.
And you made a good point in terms of the city has elevated the minimum elevation for these understories. A year ago, you could build the understory at an elevation of 5.4 feet NGVD. Now the minimum is over 6 feet, depending on where you are, and it could be almost 7 feet depending on the roadway. So we have a requirement, which is a moving target, as the city raises the future Crown Road, not what's there right now, but what the city has established for that minimum future Crown Road to be. That's the minimum that new construction has to meet or be higher of when coming in for these types of understory homes.
Yes, as designed, it would be approximately 18 inches higher approximately than the average grade of the existing houses.
These pools, at least 7 years ago, and it's still the requirement today, are connected to a well. And if it overflows, you have to physically open up, go to the motor and open up, and the water drains into the well. But Michael, there's a percentage of these pools that counts towards lot coverage, correct?
No, right now, depending on the elevation of the pool deck, so if it's located below adjusted grade, then 100% of it counts towards the pervious area. If it's located above that, then 50% counts. However, that's something that we're probably going to be revisiting. We're always evaluating the code, and the county does not count any of the pool area towards pervious landscaping. So I do see it in the near future, us not giving that consideration to allow any portion of the pool to be counted towards the pervious landscape requirements.
Well, because it's not.
Right, it's not.
It is
Just-
pervious, yeah, or it is impervious.
Impervious.
Yes. Okay, I mean, that was sort of where I was getting at, to wonder, is this something that should be encouraged, more and more and more water features that are pools as opposed to greenscape that is just absorbing the water. But did you have something else ready to show us?
I'll show the video now, yes.
I know, it's like really interesting. Screensaver. Oh,
That's it.
okay.
Yeah, and thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion and open up to the board for comment.
Yeah, I'll start. Thank you for putting together a very concise package, very easy to understand the overall design and layout of your project. I kind of, I really like this, I don't know, the way it's being rendered at least. I know the colors are, it's called white sand is the main part of the body, and there's a darker brown color, but I actually kind of like this beige color that it looks like, but that's neither here nor there. I guess the only part for me that isn't my favorite part of kind of these angled, this buttress that's holding up the house at the front around the garage, kind of this very heavy thing, which I know is partly because you have a planter up there, but then it sort of manifests itself down to the columns at the angle. And then you kind of repeat that, and we saw it in the video. On the back end, you have it holding up the deck that's next to the pool. It's not my favorite part of the design, but otherwise I really like the way I'm not sure what came first here, the chicken or the egg, but whether the way you laid out the program informed the way you laid out the house, or if you kind of laid it out the house first and then adapted the program. But I kind of like the way the rooms lead to each other through these corridors that then create these wide spaces and then narrower spaces within the layout of the home, which allows you to have this pond and these courtyards. I think it's really quite nice, and the way you broke up the side facades, which seem very deliberate and not just a response to that weird part of our code that says you can't have a facade longer than 60 feet or 75 feet. So I think overall, and I do like a design where the pool is at ground level. Granted, your ground level is going to be about 30 inches higher than all your neighbors, so that when everybody else's pool is flooded, yours should be fine. But I kind of like that idea that it flows through to the understory, and because now we're seeing the pools up on
Yes.
the first level, and we're seeing some designs where they have two pools, one's up here and one's down here. So I do like what you can do with the site by having the pool down at the earth level, because you can connect it to nature more, which I think is kind of nice. And I'll speak on behalf of our missing landscape architect, but thank you for the double triangles at your driveway. Yeah, not really sure what that all means, but
I've been waiting for somebody to do
yeah.
a triangle
Where are the triangles?
reference.
I see lots of them here, so I'm very happy he's got that. I'm sure he's covered. Thank you.
Thanks.
Myra, do you have any comments, or Shauna?
Yeah, I think the design is very thoughtful, and the way that, even though it's a very large home, you know, all the programs are really only one layer deep, so you get, you know, natural light. You have the opportunity for passive cooling if the owner ever opens up their doors. I think since we're talking about design, I actually do prefer sort of those strong moves at the base, but my questions, or I guess misunderstanding, comes from they are very strong and they're like these carvings that then the rest of the house is setting on, but then that language is lost completely in the upper levels. I could understand it getting lighter, but then you start to assemble sort of pieces, you know, aggregate the structure, versus like there's no language of carving, you don't cant any of the walls, so it doesn't feel like it, you know, like the bottom doesn't belong to the top, and I appreciate sort of the gesture of the bottom, but I guess I wish that it sort of carried through as a design language through the whole proposal, but I still think you've put thought into the rest of the proposal, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I see it does reappear in the back. What is that, sorry, I'm not at that structure in the back that's very solid? What's happening inside?
That's a
just
terrace
storage?
and a crawl space under.
Yeah.
Yes, and the intention was really more contrast between the first floor and second floor. But a little heavier in the ground floor, and then the second floor lighter and kind of in balance. But we can look at it and study and improve whatever is needed.
Because I was like looking at the renderings you have that look like they're made out of wood, but I think they're just renderings, or did you?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
But the way we used to make models. But I was picturing like those big solid chunks, if they were actually, and again, I don't want to go, I can see the appeal of it, but I was like saying like, oh, if there was actually were thinner, would this look more like a delicate landing? And maybe it doesn't have to be a delicate landing on the site. Maybe this, you know, a lot of traditional forms of architecture were built with like a strong base, obviously, to hold up the next level. So I can kind of understand what you're trying to do here.
More like imagine like a modern table with a heavy base and then light on top. I think that was the intention, but.
I can buy it.
I like the design a lot, and yeah, it's interesting with, like, on the one hand, what I did like that it was a little, like a sort of brutalist gesture here, and especially with the colors. I keep going back and forth, even part of me wants to recommend maybe just playing with those proportions and even the columns next to it, but, I mean, I think your concept is interesting as well. I would just maybe encourage you, even, I don't know how to describe it, the wall, like the expansive wall to the left of it, that's very wide. Maybe if that was a little bit narrower, like there's a lot of wall there. I can't help but wonder if maybe you can play with the proportions just a little bit, so it seems a little bit maybe less massive, but still grounding of the entire building. But I too, I think that this is a really nice design, and the pool, yeah, I think it's really interesting. So it's funny, I was like, oh, that's a lot of brown, but it's, you know, it sort of works. And we're so used to like lots of gray, so really nice.
Yeah, we can surely do that and study that area.
And you know, you never know.
For the final.
And it should be commended, this idea of stepping back the second floor from the front. It's really a cool, cool way to do it, because the homes are getting massive, right, because of the understory, and this idea that your second floor really is not really perceived right from the front. It's a really, and it just works out fine. It's not like you had to sacrifice anything in the design.
I do think this is a good example of a large home where it doesn't feel so massive. Like, and granted, it's a large lot, but it is nice to have, it's nice. It's the same vocabulary, but it manages to look different than most of the things that we've seen, which I think at this point is very hard to do.
I make a motion to approve DRB 230964.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Agopian. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0965, 801 South Point Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for modifications to the ground level of a previously approved 6-story building associated with a new restaurant.
So staff would note that although we are supportive of the application, it's just that the changes proposing exceed what we could approve administratively due to the extent of the changes proposed. And that's why it's before you today. We're not asking for any waivers or variances. It's just for the design modifications to the existing building. We are supportive of the application. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
And before we continue, has the board received any ex parte communications in regarding to application? No?
No.
All right, please proceed.
Sorry, I got distracted. Good afternoon, Nicholas Rodriguez from the law firm Burkell, Riedel, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I'm joined by our architects, Jose Gomez and Elvis Penton, and of course my colleague Michael Larkin. We're here representing Gaia Miami Beach. Gaia Restaurants is an internationally renowned Greek Mediterranean restaurant concept with locations in London, Dubai, Doha, and Monaco, and soon Miami Beach. If we could pull up our presentation. So this property, the commercial units at the Maria condominium, they were developed by Related in the mid-2000s. They haven't exactly taken off. Many have remained vacant for many, many years, including this one. CU1 eventually was developed as Red Steakhouse. CU2, the other portion of it, CU2 was subdivided to create Kosushi Restaurant, and then the remainder of CU2 is what this restaurant is taking over. So in March of this year, Gaia obtained a CUP from the planning board for a neighborhood impact establishment. And the reason they need that is because of the square footage of the establishment exceeds an occupancy of 299 persons. So the CUP from the planning board set forth all of the operational conditions in terms of their hours of operation, their seat count limitations, valet parking, deliveries. Every operational characteristic and neighborhood safeguard that you can imagine is in that CUP. So this application is really just about the design to create a signature entrance improvement, some decorative elements in the storefronts, and a decorative outdoor seating area, consistent with what they do in a lot of their other locations. And just to show you, the bottom left is their location in London, and on the bottom right is their location in Doha. These are both renderings. And you'll see some of these common elements presented in our design, the arches and the round elements that they like to use. It's kind of their signature brand that they bring to every location. And so we have discussed this with the Maria Condominium Association. They did submit a letter of support that's in the record. And we have been in touch with the South of Fifth neighbors throughout the process, the planning board process and the design review board process, and we haven't received any objections from them. So with that, I will turn it over to Jose Gomez, our design architect, to walk you through the proposed design.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jose Gomez, Bellins and Gomez Architects, with offices at 8101 Biscayne Boulevard. We're the architects for the project. We're working with the ownership and the designers, interior designers for Gaia, who's been working on the same type building throughout the world, as explained by Nick. So this is the building. This is our location at 801 South Point. Go back one. This is a site plan of the areas that we're taking over. As Nick explained, we're surrounding the existing Kasushi restaurant. We're on the east and west part of the building. This is a close-up view of the floor plan. The outdoor area that we're here to present is the one on the very left. There's 30 seats in this area. This is the existing space, has not been used before. These are the images of the building from the outside. I think most people are familiar with it, so I'm just going to go through it as quickly. So this is mainly what we're here for. The main entrance, we're putting a new canopy, and we're going to show you some slides where you're going to see it a little closer. And we're putting on the interior facade this decorative wood arches that are similar to some of the other ones that they've done before. So it's become sort of a signature element of the design of the building. So these are, you can see the arches, they are lit. They're going to be dim, so they're dimmable. They're not going to be as bright. They can control it, and they want a warm atmosphere. This is the area, the outdoor area. This is the main entrance, and you can see in the back the outdoor sitting spaces. These are the arches on the interior. They're made out of wood, and they have a light through the center of it. Those are the arches again. That's basically, and this is basically the interior. It's a very high-end restaurant. The elevations, and these are a couple of the details of the arches. From the inside, you're seeing the wood finish that they're going to have, and the canopy, and the main entrance. This here is the planter that is on wheel. You'll be able to move the planter, the outdoor sitting, the planter that's sort of is sitting around the perimeter. You'll be able to move it. And that concludes my presentation. It's very simple interior work.
Thank you. We're just here to answer any questions and engage in board discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody with a public comment? I see no, we have.
There's nobody online with their hand raised?
Okay, and I see nobody in the chambers. I'm now going to close the public portion and open this up to the board for comment.
Just a couple of quick questions from me. The planter, so we're here to talk about the exterior space, is that kind of it?
No, the exterior and any changes
yeah.
along the interior, including the
Gotcha.
arches and all, and the canopy, anything that's sort of visible through the exterior.
Understood, yeah. So the planter that I see in the rendering on page like 12 of your presentation, this is the one that's considered to be movable, is that, or is am I talking about two different things?
That's the one.
Ah, okay. Because it looks pretty, I mean, I see it's kind of the same design, but this definitely, in the rendering, at least it looks like it's kind of, you know, like you're building it there on the sidewalk. Is that not what's happening?
No,
Okay.
we're not building it into the sidewalk. I do agree, it does look like it meets the ground, but there will be a wheelbase so that they can be wheeled in and out.
But it'll kind of be in the shape that I see in the rendering overall, like this sort of amorphous, you'll make it out of sections, I guess? Is that what will happen? Okay.
If you look at the last page of your package.
Yes, I
Page
see.
A301.
Okay.
You can see there that there's a typical section, and it's got casters,
Ah,
so
okay.
you'll be able to move them.
Oh. Is that something that the landlord's requiring you to have this thing be movable, or is it why?
We just want to give privacy to the
But-
30 seats.
Right, but why does it have to be movable? I'm just curious. I don't understand.
The building did tell us that they're planning on ripping up the pavers and changing them or doing some maintenance there, so they didn't want us to build something permanent in that area. I also think it may be a setback issue. I'm not sure that we could put permanent planters in the paver there. So
Okay.
yeah,
Right,
I would
yeah.
have to defer to staff. We didn't really explore it that deeply once the
Right.
building told us no.
Yeah, I've seen so many like movable planters that end up like looking really crappy after a while. And in your rendering, the image of that outdoor courtyard looks beautiful. The way I love the detail, the light in the wall and everything, and there's plants and there's kind of a lot going on for something that's kind of going to get pushed around. But maybe once you put it there, And in general, I'm super happy to see the space being occupied. I hope you guys can make this happen because this has been empty since the building was built.
15
I think.
years, yeah. 15
Yeah, so
years,
a
yeah.
very, very, very long time. I think the neighborhood's ready for, to support, and we got more people living here now, and I think it looks great. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. They're in permitting, and they want it to be open for Art Basel. We're looking at next year's
2025,
Art Basels.
2026,
Yeah, exactly.
you
Now
know,
we're looking
yeah.
at next year's Art Basel.
2024.
Any other comments, or? I think it's lovely as well. That seems like a nice, straightforward addition to the neighborhood.
I make a motion, are we ready for motion? Make a motion that we approve DRB 23-0964,
6-5, yeah.
65, sorry.
I second.
Seconded by Ms. Cornelson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Can we take another 5-minute recess?
Thank you for joining. We're about to start the meeting. Please silence all electronic devices during this meeting. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back to the December 11th meeting of the Design Review Board. We're continuing with DRB number 23-0967, 1759 Purdy Ave.
The next item in the agenda is DRB 23-0967, 1759 Purdy Ave. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for modifications to the ground level of a previously approved 5-story building associated with a new restaurant.
So similar to the last application, this is before you because of they're making exterior changes, as well as the fact that they're locating a bar on the interior abutting the exterior glazing towards the center of the property. That's not something we can improve administratively, to have a bar counter or elements of the interior blocking the exterior. So that's part of the reason why this is before you today. We don't have any objection to the application. It still has a substantial area of clear storefront visible along the street. The outdoor seating is also buffered by landscaping and landscape banquettes. Staff has supported the application, is recommending approval. I'll turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. Tracy Slavens. My address is 3800 Northeast 1st Avenue, Suite 200. I'm joined by Ashley Wilkins of Island Design. We're here today to show you the modifications to the approved plans for the 18 Sunset project. This is in particular the build out of the Uchiko restaurant within the project, which will be on the north side of the breezeway of the building. In the interest of time, we'll run through the slide show as quickly as possible. And I think maybe just skip to the renderings, if that's okay. So this is the layout of the restaurant. The area shaded in light blue is the outdoor seating, and then the light yellow is the main dining room, and then you have the back of house at the top of the slide in pink and lavender. We're going to have banquettes that line generally the walls of the interior, and then there will be outdoor seating. All of the furniture is movable, which is a key point to keep in mind here, as are the planters. And I'll let Ashley walk you through the rest of the design. You can just hit this button forward.
Great. Just a couple additional notes on the design layout of the building itself. One thing to mention is that we do have a full corner glass facade. For that facade, we could not make any changes to the doors or design of it. If you were to enter the space, you would come through a covered breezeway over on the right-hand side of the project. One thing that we also did know is that the back of house kitchen needed to be located in the upper left-hand corner for ventilation purposes. And as a high hospitality standard, the sushi bar always needs to remain adjacent to that back of house kitchen. As we were going through the initial space planning of the design, we explored extensive options in our layouts, and what we landed on was really loving this sushi bar and main bar sort of flanking each other within the space. What that did is it allowed us to have maximum seating capacity, as well as really clear pathways throughout the restaurant to make it easy for staff and patrons to move about. Another thing that you'll notice is with the location of the bar centered on the window front, what that does is it activates the streetscape and creates this really beautiful picturesque view, and also allows any patrons or guests who are sitting at the bar to look out into the Sunset Harbor Marina, where the sunset is coming down into the space, creating a really special hyper-contextual design that we feel represents the Sunset Harbor neighborhood really well. Moving on, this is just a close-up of the exterior and interior portion along the window side. As mentioned earlier, everything that you see aside from the bar is movable, so all planters, furniture, service stations, and banquettes have been designed to be movable. One thing just to note here that you'll see where the bar does come to the window, there is a banquette in front of it, and then we also are proposing some movable low planters that won't block any views into the restaurant itself, and you'll see that coming up in a moment. Another thing to mention is that our property line begins at the sidewalk. So the exterior patio of the restaurant at minimum is 13.5 feet and maximum 18.5 feet before you get to the bar itself. Do we want to mention the code specific? Okay, keep going. Here is a view of the rendering from the streetscape side. Just a couple of things to call out. You'll see here the base building facade and architecture. The plantings that you see in the front are also by others by the base building. And then the space beyond is our main restaurant design. What we've done in the design of this space, we have interior wood open shutter window treatments. And then we have little picture frame views within each area of the restaurant. So on the left, your picture frame view would look in towards the sushi bar. In the center, this is where we really wanted to highlight the views of Sunset Harbor and the bar itself. What we did here is we're not showing the plantings that would be in front of the bar because we wanted to showcase that the entire bar is finished all sides around. We're treating the bar almost as a furniture piece, so it would be beautiful. And we also have access panels located within the millwork itself, and it is offset from the glazing, so it will always be able to be cleaned and maintained in a very beautiful way. You can see over on the right-hand side as well, you get a small glimpse into a banquette. Again, it sort of is meant to give the appearance of built-in, but everything is fully movable and removable. Moving on, this is an experience at the interior. So over here on the right side of the page is the interior dining room portion. On the left-hand side, this is the experience at the bar. When we were starting the project, we did very extensive local research, and after a very long day of time in Sunset Harbor, our team sat down and actually watched the sunset view sort of coming down on the marina, and it was so beautiful. And we thought, how could we bring that experience into the restaurant space and create something, again, that was very specific to the neighborhood, that felt unique from anything that we had seen in Miami. We chose the material of the bar to be this glass block that would harken back to a lot of the Art Deco architecture that you see throughout Miami Beach. And our goal is that anyone who's sitting here at the bar has these beautiful views of the sunset. It will come in, flicker off of the glass bar itself, just as you would see if you were sitting at the marina. And we've kept the view very clean, so any patrons who are walking by on the sidewalk from the outside see this beautiful convivial experience happening inside through a really warm, beautiful restaurant design, and are encouraged to come in and join for dinner. Here is a section through the bar and through the building facade itself. You'll notice here on the left-hand side, this is the streetscape that is by others by the building. Then we have our sidewalk, and then that's where our exterior patio begins. What we're showing here is the 13-foot width from the start of the sidewalk where our property line begins till you get to the interior glazing of the restaurant. Over on the right-hand side is a section through the bar. What you can note here is you'll see where some of the removable access panels are, and very minimalistic shelving just to showcase some of the spirits, but allow maximum visibility into the restaurant and outside of the views as well. Again, the intent is that it should feel like a furniture piece and is finished on all sides. Here are just some typical banquette details. So this is an example of an interior banquette. Our goal was to make the banquettes appear as if they were built in, but these are actually plywood with a skim coating on top. They're fully movable and removable and would be modular, so you could move them around over time and it would have no effect on any future tenants. And then here is just an exterior movable banquette detail just to show how that would look like from the outside. Again, we're working with a local landscape designer to make sure we're using native species and proper drainage, but this one again would be using marine grade waterproof ply with a skim coating and removable cushions if it's raining it will still look beautiful even if you remove the cushions, and everything there can be taken down quite easily. And then lastly, we're just ending on sort of an expanded view of what that experience looks like if you are on the streetscape walking down Purdy Avenue past the restaurant. Again, you have optimal views into the restaurant. We're really trying to highlight those specific moments of the bar and of the sushi bar and the different seating types and show a lot of activation within the space. We've kept all of our plantings really low and furniture low as well, so there's no view blockage into the space, especially from a standing height. And again, the bar is fully furnished on the back side, though we are proposing low movable planters in front of that, so you would only get small snippets of that as you were walking past the space itself. That is all from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tracy, anything to add?
No, that's it. That concludes our presentation. We hope you will agree with staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody from the public wishing to speak? Oh, yes.
Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association President. We have worked very closely with this developer and the whole building, basically. This is the first time that they have come up to us and presented things that were going to be approvable in the area and how they're going to actually run the restaurant. And we're happy that the banquettes are movable just in case the homeless like to sleep there. I was thinking about that, but I'm glad that they are movable because they're pretty nice banquettes. So we totally support this application.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to speak? No? Anybody online?
There is nobody with their hand raised online.
Excellent.
I'm sorry, there is. Marilyn?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Marilyn, let's just a second, we have to swear you in.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, please.
Hi, Marilyn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I just want to echo Sarah's comments. I am also in the Neighborhood Association, Vice President, and we have worked extremely closely with this developer and these attorneys. So yes, I think this will be a great addition to our neighborhood, and we're highly supportive. They have been always mindful of the neighbors. They have come to us many times for us to go over the things they want to do, always having the best interest of the neighborhood. So I urge you to approve this. This is a wonderful restaurant and a wonderful building, and happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
That's our last public speaker.
Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion and open up to the board for comment.
I can start. I think it's a beautiful presentation, a beautiful design, beautiful representation as well, with the renderings and then even the drawings. You know, a lot of thought going into how things will get constructed and go together and what it means to appear from the outside and the inside. So I think it's great. My very minor detail comment would be when you showed us the sections of the movable banquettes outside, is to put them, raise them so that there's a reveal so that when water does come, it's not hitting and gathering the base of the marine grade plywood, which will absorb the water. So if you can get them off the ground, you know,
Sure.
quarter of an inch or something, half inch, then I think they'll last a lot longer, but
Great
that's
recommendation. Thank
minor
you.
detail.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
Yeah, plus you want them to be on little stand to level them. You're going to want to have a foot that you can
Yeah.
adjust. And my only other thing would be, and you've covered it, I think, but any surface that's up against the glass that you're going to see from outside, it has to be finished just like the rest of it. So so it doesn't look wonky from the outside. Like, oh, it's the back of a banquette. It looks horrible, right?
Absolutely.
So can we, it sounds like, you know, these are minor comments and that, you know, we can go ahead and approve this application, you know, subject to the applicant working with staff to implement these comments.
Second.
I just have one question, sorry. Michael, and to the presenters, the landscaping is beautiful and obviously is a very integral part of the project. So what is anything at all that can be part of a condition that that landscaping be maintained?
Well, we can make sure we have a condition that says that the landscaping proposed herein shall be maintained to make sure that it's not just abandoned or left to, in a state of disrepair.
Okay.
Did you guys say that the landscape that we see from the rendering from the front, though, is actually not yours, and is that the city's, or?
It's a combination. The landscaping in the right-of-way will be planted by the building's developer, who I also represent. And they have installed irrigation and lighting to city standards, and we're working out a covenant with the city for that.
So we refer to the landscaping I mentioned would be for the ones that are part of the tenant space.
Right,
Correct.
that's part of the landscaping plan that was submitted.
Correct.
So
If
that
we
motion
can
was
add
made
that
by-
condition, then.
Yeah, we can add that condition. So that was made by Mr. Sheldon to approve the application, seconded by Mr. Agopian, was that correct?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Michael, that was with the landscaping condition?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Now, we don't have a lot of time for the last application. And if you want to start with it, we'd probably have to continue it. If you want to start it, we would have to, if we don't finish it, continue it to the next month's meeting.
All right. Thank you, Michael. And good afternoon again, Michael Larkin, representing the applicant here. I don't think we have sufficient time to go through the whole application. I don't want to start it and then stop. I don't think that'd be an efficient use of your time. Our whole team is here. As you see, they've all flown in from different cities throughout the United States here today, and they really would appreciate the opportunity to present today, but timing's sometimes not in your favor. So we'd greatly appreciate the opportunity to come back to you all in January and present our full case and be at the top of the agenda.
We do have to finish, so.
3:30.
Yes.
Yeah,
We must finish by 3:30, is that
Correct.
like
that's a hard rule.
Cinderella loses her ride home or something? We can't go 4 o'clock, and, I mean, these
No.
people are here from out of town.
No.
Okay.
Under the circumstances, I move to continue this application until the
January
January
2nd.
meeting.
We'll put it first on the agenda
Second.
for January.
Thank you. Thank
Who
you
was
all
the
for your
second on
time.
that? Myra.
Myra.
Thank you. With that, I did pass around for all the board members our meeting dates for next year. So if anybody has any conflict with those meeting dates and you know now, please let me know. You can send me an email. With that, we don't have anything else on the agenda, except our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, January 2nd.
Should we vote to adjourn, or is that, do we usually vote? How do we usually end?
I mean, I think we're done with the agenda. I think we adjourn after the.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. See you next year.